Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Aren't you getting up yet? Don't forget the holiday's over, today's the first day back. Peter let out a long yawn, his head still heavy and slightly dizzy. He had probably drunk too much on the last night of vacation. Half awake, he reached toward the bedside table and lazily grabbed his glasses. The moment he put them on, his blurry vision sharpened. Warm golden sunlight streamed through the window, falling across his still youthful face. Under that glow, the girl standing before him looked even more dazzling, her shoulder-length blonde hair shining like spun gold. Even after living in this world for more than 10 years, Peter still felt a sense of unreality every time he woke up. He had never imagined that transmigration was real, and he had definitely never imagined that he would become Peter Parker. At first, he thought that meant he was destined to become Spider-Man. He had even secretly gone to Oscorp once, expecting the so-called fateful spider bite. But nothing happened, no spider bite, no mutation, no super strength, no web-shooting powers, and honestly, that was probably for the best. There was nothing truly good about becoming Spider-Man. Sure, super strength and web-slinging sounded cool. But compared to that, Peter would rather have Uncle Ben alive, Aunt May healthy, and the whole family safe and together. Because tragedy was Spider-Man's real destiny. If Uncle Ben really died, Aunt May, whose hair was already starting to gray, would spend every day in grief. So for a long time, Peter felt lucky that he had not become Spider-Man. With his grades, he could get into a good university. After graduation, he could find a stable job and live an ordinary, peaceful life. That was what he believed, until he discovered one cruel truth: the Spider-Man of this world was actually his neighbor Gwen, no, more precisely, Spider-Woman. That almost made Peter lose all hope on the spot, because almost everyone knew what it meant to stand close to Spider-Man. Spider-Man's life was built on tragedy. Family, friends, lovers, someone close always had to be sacrificed. And for Gwen, Peter suddenly realized what role he might be playing: the sacrifice. He could practically see the scene in his mind already. Himself lying weakly in Gwen's arms, dying dramatically while saying with his final breath, "Remember, with great power comes great responsibility." Just imagining it was enough to make his scalp go numb. Peter had once thought about running away, leaving New York, going as far as possible, but after thinking it through, he understood how useless that would be. This was comic book logic. The closer you were to Spider-Man, the harder it was to escape a tragic ending. It was like some absurd law of fate written by Stan Lee himself. Unless there existed an even stronger law powerful enough to override it, Peter had no chance of escaping. Unfortunately, he had long since given up hope on that. He had been in this world for over 10 years already. If he really had some gold finger or cheat ability, it should have appeared long ago. Looking at the blonde girl in front of him, then recalling the black and white figure in the white hood that had appeared in the Daily Bugle a few days ago, Peter's last bit of hope crumbled completely. Originally, he had prayed that the Spider-Person of this world would be Miles, but reality was cruel. "Aren't you getting up yet?" Gwen asked again, leaning casually against Peter's desk like this was her own room. "I remember you used to be really diligent." Peter's mouth twitched. "Yeah, that was because back then I thought I had a future. Now, why should someone destined to become Spider-Man's tragic motivation work so hard?" No matter how he thought about it, his role felt exactly like that of a disposable NPC, the kind whose only purpose was to die and push the hero forward. "Gwen," Peter said helplessly, "how did you even get into my room?" "I let her in." Aunt May's gentle voice came from the doorway. She stood there holding a cup of hot milk, clearly prepared for Peter. Looking at her, Peter's expression softened. Uncle Ben and Aunt May had always treated him like their real son. Even though the family wasn't well off, they always gave him the best of whatever they had. Their life was poor but warm. And in Peter's eyes, that warmth was far more valuable than any superpower. Because his grades were excellent, always straight A's, Uncle Ben loved bragging about him whenever he met with friends or coworkers. After changing clothes, Peter went downstairs. Aunt May had already prepared breakfast and the television in the living room was playing the morning news. A fair-skinned female anchor read the report in a calm, professional tone. Latest reports show that Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises have officially launched a new partnership. The two parties met in Gotham City yesterday. Analysts predict the cooperation between the two corporate giants will create a large number of new local jobs. Peter took a sip of milk, his face expressionless. By now, this kind of news did not even surprise him anymore. Wayne Enterprises, Stark Industries, one was Gotham's absolute corporate ruler, the other was a top-tier tech and weapons giant. Two companies from what should have been entirely different worlds were now working together. Seriously, what kind of broken universe is this? Even though Peter had already accepted the reality of living in a fused DC Marvel world, he still could not help complaining inwardly every now and then. At that moment, Uncle Ben's broad palm landed on Peter's shoulder. "Peter," he said with a smile, "Gwen was worried you'd be late, so she came to wake you up early on the first day of your senior year. You're not a little boy anymore. Show some gentlemanly manners." Across the table, Gwen's beautiful face lit up with a faint, satisfied smile. Clearly, she was very pleased by Uncle Ben's words. She looked like she was waiting for Peter to praise her. Peter, however, only ate a spoonful of rice in silence, his heart full of despair. Then he said in a gloomy voice, "Actually, I set an alarm last night." Aunt May handed Gwen a cup of hot milk, smiling warmly. She had always liked the girl next door. Uncle Ben and Gwen's father, George Stacy, had known each other for years. By a twist of fate, the two families had become close friends, and after being neighbors for over 20 years, their relationship was as close as family. George had risen from a senior detective to the current NYPD commissioner. The Stacy family and the Parker family often visited each other almost every 2 weeks without fail. Gwen had practically grown up under Uncle Ben and Aunt May's watch, and in the same way, George Stacy had always thought highly of Peter. He had even once suggested that Peter join the police academy. But Peter had zero interest in that idea. No matter which world it was, being a police officer was already a high-risk job, and in a DC Marvel fused universe filled with heroes, villains, monsters, aliens, and lunatics, that danger level only skyrocketed. Peter was not looking for justice, he was just hoping to survive after breakfast. Peter was about to leave, but Uncle Ben stopped him and stuffed him with $10. Men should not be too stingy, sometimes they should show generosity in front of girls. He winked at him. This made Peter a little overwhelmed. "We are just classmates." As one of the largest cities in the world, New York has surprisingly high salaries, but that is only for the elite. It is not easy for Uncle Ben to make money to support his family. Take it, Peter. Ben Parker has always been very satisfied with his nephew. Not only does he have excellent grades in various subjects at school, he also works part-time in restaurants or delivers takeout. While he was pleased, he also felt very guilty towards Peter. "Peter, are you not ready yet?" Gwen's voice sounded outside the door. "Here we are." Peter nodded to Uncle Ben and turned to leave the house. George had been waiting on the street outside for a long time. He quickly put out the cigarette in his hand when he saw the two of them come out. This made Gwen roll her eyes at him. She had said it many times that smoking is harmful to health. However, in front of Peter, she chose to save face for her father. "Get in the car, two energetic young people," because the two families are close. It's not the first time to take a car to school. Peter sat in the co-pilot seat skillfully. George looked at Peter beside him with admiration. There is no harm without comparison. Because of his status, he has seen too many young people who have gone astray. He embarked on the road of breaking the law and committing crimes at a young age. Look at Peter again. He has excellent grades, is loved by teachers in school, and is particularly polite. Gwen and him became good friends, which made George feel relieved. He even felt that they could have further development. After all, they know each other well. If Gwen brought back a young man with colorful hair one day, it would be a headache, and Peter also took good care of Gwen. "Peter, how was your visit to Osborne last time? Norman Osborne also spoke very well of you." Peter nodded. This is the benefit of reading a lot. Even when facing the boss of a listed company, you can talk freely. Last week when he went to Osborne, he thought he would be bitten by a spider. He was ready to be Spider-Man, but not to mention spiders, he didn't even see a spider hair. Although it was not in line with expectations, it made Peter feel relieved. He couldn't be Spider-Man, at least Uncle Ben wouldn't have to die. With his grades, he was enough to get into a pretty good university. He also had the confidence to become an elite on Wall Street, but he never thought that the person who became Spider-Man in this world would be Gwen. When Peter thought that he would be sacrificed by law, he was very depressed. Soon, the three of them arrived at Midtown Science and Technology High School. Peter and Gwen got out of the car, said goodbye to George, and walked into the campus together. 18 years old is already the time for female development. Gwen, with her short blonde hair, became the focus of many eyes as soon as she appeared. There were many people pursuing her just now, but she rejected them all mercilessly. As for those shameless guys, George would naturally conduct friendly negotiations with them. And Peter seemed to have no sense of existence. His body was thin and weak, comparable to Captain America before strengthening. Peter had thought about improving his physical fitness through fitness, but it was useless. Gwen was in a very good mood at the moment. Going to school was no pressure for her, but what made her even happier was that she had super strength. Last week when she was interning at Osborne, she was bitten by a spider for no reason. After returning home, her head was dizzy. After awakening came, she could see things more clearly, she could hear sounds more clearly. And she also gained strong power. She couldn't open the tightly sealed can of pickled cucumbers with her bare hands before. Although she felt panic at first, compared with the joy and excitement, negative emotions were nothing. When wandering in the city at night, I casually shot a few robbers, but I didn't expect it to be on the news. Fortunately, I disguised myself, otherwise my old father would be scared to death. Gwen wanted to tell Peter the news, but she was afraid that he would think she was a monster. If that was the case, she would rather not have this super ability. At this moment, a strong sense of stimulation made her spirit tremble and even her hair stood up. Get out of the way, Peter. Spider telepathy has never been wrong. This means there is a considerable danger. Sure enough, a sharp laugh sounded. Then there was the obvious sound of the propeller turning. Looking up, a guy wearing a green devil mask and stepping on a suspended flight appeared. Without saying a word, 2 orange pumpkin bombs were thrown down directly. Fortunately, it was far away from Peter. But the students who were close to it suffered directly. Affected by the bomb, the flesh and blood disappeared instantly, and even the bones turned into powder. The entire Midtown Science and Technology High School was in chaos instantly. Gwen quickly pulled Peter to hide. She wanted to find a place to change clothes. But Green Goblin came and went quickly. Peter was stunned, not because he was scared, but because 2 lines of text appeared in front of him. Peas. A new book is launched. This is my first time writing American comics fan fiction, so I will make a statement first to avoid wasting everyone's time. The worldview of Marvel and DC is integrated, and the setting is mainly based on movies, supplemented by comics. Some settings will also be changed to develop the plot. It is tentatively scheduled to be 2 female protagonists, Gwen and Catwoman. Other popular female characters should also be included, but I haven't figured out how to include them smoothly and reasonably. It feels a bit boring to include them without thinking. Let's see how the subsequent plot is arranged. Please collect, please spend money, please recommend on the top floor of the Osborne building. Norman Osborne, with a tired face, looked at the face reflected in the broken mirror. Guilt and anger appeared on his face at the same time. Green Goblin's flight machine, the face is huge and the clothes are scattered on the ground. The sweat on his forehead wet his bangs. What did I do? Don't try to control me again. He beat himself in the mirror frantically, and he didn't care even if his fist was scratched by glass fragments. As a listed company, a big boss with a net worth of over 100 million, Osborne should have been in glory, but his family's genetic disease has always troubled him. Both his father and grandfather died young. There is no cure, and getting this disease is almost a sign of death. Osborne is now middle-aged and his body is getting weaker and weaker. Many years ago, he created a scientific research team in an attempt to extend his life through genetic modification technology. After years of research, there has been progress, but not much. Don't put all your eggs in the same basket. While carrying out genetic engineering, Osborne also conducted other scientific research experiments. The armor he wore when bombing Midtown Science and Technology High School just now was the product of the experiment. The armor was originally designed to maintain life and slow down the speed of death. But to his surprise, the armor could also give him powerful strength, but unfortunately it couldn't save his life. Until a few days ago. He saw the deeds of Spider-Woman on TV and immediately thought of the spider genetic engineering developed by his company. Once, due to the mistakes of the staff, several genetically modified spiders disappeared. It is very likely that these genetically modified spiders made Spider-Woman. At the moment, Osborne was almost dying. He looked no different from ordinary people, but in fact he was at risk of death at any time. In this situation, Osborne forcibly injected spider serum. The immature serum was injected into his body, giving him powerful strength comparable to the power of a superhero. His life was also maintained, but it was still losing energy. What was even more unexpected was that while the serum gave him super strength, it also gave birth to another personality. Evil Osborne, that is, Green Goblin. "You lunatic, you attacked the students." Osborne in front of the mirror was on the verge of collapse, his body shaking uncontrollably. "It was us, we killed those students." Osborne in the mirror had a ferocious expression. All employees of Osborne have been screened, and no one meets the characteristics of Spider-Woman. Then who else often comes to the company? That's right. Those students. Every day, a large number of students come to Osborne to study, and almost all high schools in New York have cooperation with the company. "We will blow them up one by one, and one day we will be able to blow her out." The Green Goblin in the mirror seemed to have the ability to bewitch. Osborne's eyes were dull and the goodness and evil in his heart were pulling each other. "What are you still hesitating about? Only by getting the blood of Spider-Woman can we completely recover our health. Even if you don't consider yourself or us, don't you care about it, Harry?" Osborne's nerves seemed to be touched. Muttering to himself, "Harry, my son. No, I can't watch him suffer from this damn disease." Osborne's expression gradually became ferocious, slowly overlapping with the Green Goblin in the mirror. Midtown Science and Technology High School. "Peter, you look a little strange. Are you scared by the Green Goblin?" In the cafeteria at noon, Gwen looked at Peter with a worried look. She was indeed scared, but she was not scared by the Green Goblin. She was scared by the two options in front of her: become a superhero or become a villain superhero. "Don't worry, Gwen, I'm fine. No more, I'm going to sleep for a while, don't worry about me." Peter left the cafeteria and found a safe classroom. The 18th year since he came to this world, finally there is a plug-in crime punishment system. You can get points by punishing sinners, and points can be exchanged for rewards. As long as the host determines that a person is a criminal, he will be branded as a criminal. But before that, you have to choose your career path. Superhero. Villain superhero. Peter subconsciously wanted to choose superhero. His hand stopped when he was confirming. Looking back on Spider-Man's life, he is a veritable superhero. Wandering between the high-rise buildings in the city, he spared no effort to fight crime. But what did he get in the end? The death of relatives, the sadness of lovers, and no achievements in career. He relied on selfies to make a living, and the hospitalization fees for Aunt May's illness gave him a headache. Different versions of Spider-Man have their sufferings. The people who were led by Mysterio's lie turned their praise for him into accusations in an instant. Good people have to be pointed at with guns. Is such a superhero really worth pursuing? Why do you have to do such a thankless thing? In comparison, the villain superhero is a better choice. When I am in a good mood, I save a few people. When I am in a bad mood, what does the life and death of others have to do with me? As long as I have no morals, others can't kidnap me. I remember my father always told me in my previous life that I should be a person of high moral character, but Peter never listened to his father. So, I choose the villain superhero. You choose the villain superhero route. Unlock the Yan Shungying template. Get ability, strong physique. Get ability, the opponent's chattering. When the enemy is in an advantageous position, he will not choose to attack you at the first time and will always start an unnecessary speech. Get props, 2 pistols. Get ability, mind bullets. How many bullets your pistol can fire depends on how many guns you want to fire. Get ability, bulletproof head. When the enemy points a gun at your head, there will be no bullets in the opponent's gun, passive. Get ability, flash. When you roll, you have an invincible frame. Even if you face 10 machine guns, you will not be hit. Note, rolling infinite CD. Get props $1. Get ability forced interruption. When you propose to gamble with $1, the opponent will immediately stop the action in his hand and gamble with you. Ability obtained, silence. When you say, I bet your gun has no bullets, the other party's fire-type thermal weapons will be immediately ineffective, upgradable. Ability obtained. Cold attraction, inexplicable attraction to women, passive, upgradable. Item obtained, cigarettes, refreshing, lung cancer resistance increases by 1 for each cigarette smoked, unlimited tobacco. This item is an additional bonus item. Unlock store purchase rights. Spider telepathy is priced at 20,000 points. Unlimited Desert Eagle is priced at 5,000 points. Homelander template priced at 200,000 points, temporarily unavailable. The above product's first order is priced at 10% off. Note 1. After choosing this route, you must often vent your suppressed anger to stabilize your emotions. Note 2. The system only gives you a choice. It is up to you to decide what kind of person you want to be. Because of the commotion caused by Green Goblin, the first day of homecoming at Midtown Science and Technology High School was dismissed early. Peter returned home with a groggy mind. A strong sense of fatigue enveloped his whole body. As soon as he entered the house, Aunt May gave him a big hug. Oh my God, thank God you are okay. I heard about what happened in the school. I can't believe how someone could be so bad. Aunt May's face was full of worry and fear. Uncle Ben heard the news and returned home from work. Peter, your Aunt May is really scared. Has the school taken any measures? Such a guy appeared in the city, which is really panic. I'm fine, don't worry, Peter replied with a dazed mind. Since choosing the route of villain superhero, for several hours he has been drowsy. It's like he participated in a sports meeting and then stayed in an internet cafe for 2 consecutive days. It seems that there is a possibility of sudden death at any time. Now he just wants to fall on the bed and take a nap. Uncle Ben, Aunt May, I'm fine, I just want to have a good sleep now. After saying that, he turned and walked upstairs. Poor Peter, he must be scared. Aunt May looked at his back worriedly. I have to make him something delicious tonight. Uncle Ben nodded, I'll go buy meat. For their family, meat is not a luxury, but they don't eat it often. After all, it's quite appropriate to describe the Parker family's financial situation as stretched to the limit. Peter's grades are excellent and a lot of tuition is exempted, but the remaining part also makes the family quite stressed. Aunt May works as a family legal consultant. At her age, it is quite rare in this industry. But she can also share the pressure on Ben Parker. Peter didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up again, it was dark. He stretched and subconsciously picked up the glasses on the bedside table and put them on. As a result, his eyes were blurred, but the moment he took off his glasses, his vision became clear again. His myopia is cured. Peter jumped out of bed excitedly, looking at himself in the mirror. The originally thin body is completely a thing of the past, replaced by strong and tight muscles. Every time he throws a punch, he can feel the surge of power. Even his height has increased a lot. It's a pity that he doesn't have a super body now, but in a sense the abilities he has obtained are quite amazing. Peter, are you still sleeping? Aunt May's voice came from outside the door. Without waiting for Peter to respond, Aunt May walked in. The moment she saw Peter, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was shocked beyond words. Oh my God, Peter, when did you become so strong? I have been exercising during the entire holiday. He made up a lie. Come downstairs and have dinner. You don't know how long you have slept, a whole day and night, and you can't wake up even if you call. George called a doctor and the doctor said you were just too tired. We are relieved now. Peter scratched his head, feeling guilty for worrying his family. Aunt May cooked lamb on the table. Peter didn't like it very much, but compared to the whole of America, there was still a lot of uncastrated pork on the wall. Peter keenly noticed the frustration in Aunt May's expression. Aunt May, don't worry, I was just tired when I was exercising, don't worry about me, Uncle Ben smiled. Your Aunt May was insulted by a client. A person who was seeking family law advice on the internet saw her face through a video link and found that your Aunt May was much older than he expected and then verbally insulted her. But there is nothing we can do about it, Uncle Ben said, holding Aunt May's hand. He comforted her softly, "Don't be sad, everyone will get old one day, there is no need to be angry at scum." At this moment, Uncle Ben suddenly noticed Peter's changes and was immediately shocked. The veins on Peter's head bulged, which were particularly obvious, and his eyes were slightly red. His expression was abnormally gloomy. "Peter, what's wrong with you?" Peter was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. "It's okay, Aunt May, you don't have to care about what those online keyboard warriors say." At that moment, he felt extremely angry and had the urge to destroy everything. "I'm fine, Peter, let's eat." The family's dinner ended with a casual chat. Generally speaking, whether it is after lunch or dinner, the blood sugar in the body will rise, which will make people feel sleepy. But at this moment, Peter still felt energetic, and at the same time a sense of anger was nestled in his heart. Those who insult Aunt May must be punished. He couldn't sleep unless this matter was resolved. Peter immediately turned on his mobile phone and locked the location of the keyboard warrior through certain technical means. The information came from the New York City Police Department. Normally, this is a research done by Spider-Man after he became an adult, successfully hacked into the New York Police Department system. The purpose is to understand the location of the criminal as soon as possible. But Peter Parker had done this 2 years ago. Aunt May's work as a family legal consultant only includes queens, so it is not difficult to find this keyboard warrior. "Let me see where you are, you poor B********* D with a foul mouth. Found it 5037 Whitethorn Road. 5037 Whitethorn Road. Dog food." A man roared at the content on the computer screen. "A streetwalker is asking $50 and there is no overnight service, why don't you go and rob her?" The man looked quite sloppy, and there were empty pizza boxes all around him. People on the street called him Skinny Dog. He came to New York 2 months ago and lived in Gotham before that. He was caught by a guy in a black cloak during a $0 shopping trip. Because of his easily angry personality, he was diagnosed with rage disorder. He was locked up in Arkham Asylum. After being discharged from the hospital, he left there and came to New York. Looking at the advertisement on the website that summoned girls for door-to-door service. Though Skinny Dog was unwilling, he still paid the deposit. Wait for the girl to come to the door and then have fun. The balance will not be paid. Anyway, what we are doing is illegal. If you don't want to be disgraced, go to the police and report it. At worst, we can go to jail together. Not long after placing the order, the door of the room was suddenly knocked, which scared him. "Is the business of young ladies so bleak now? I just placed the order." Skinny Dog just opened the door. In the dark, a man wearing a top hat and a windbreaker appeared in front of him. Like the Italian mafia in the movie, the other party had a cigarette in his mouth, and the burning cigarette butt was particularly conspicuous in the dark. A smoke was sprayed towards Skinny Dog's face. The other party coughed violently. "Cough, cough. Who are you? Get out of my house." Peter walked into the room and pushed the door with his foot. "Get out, you are breaking in illegally." As soon as he said this, Peter suddenly grabbed his arm and bent it hard along the joint. Skinny Dog's arm was completely broken. With a flash of cold light, all the fingers on the other hand were cut off. The heart-wrenching pain made the Skinny Dog scream. Fortunately, the core of the room was good enough and no one noticed. Peter smoked with an indifferent expression, and the black gloves blocked the possibility of him leaving fingerprints. Before entering this room, he had hacked the cameras in several nearby blocks. This operation would not expose his whereabouts. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Peter directly used the system's ability. "You are guilty. Judgment: this person is a criminal. Punish this criminal to get 500 redemption points." Peter didn't want to say any more nonsense. The black muzzle of the gun was already aimed at the Skinny Dog's head. "No, no, no. Don't kill me. I'll confess everything. It was Kingpin. Kingpin asked me to do it. I was in Gotham before. I heard that Kingpin was the king of the underground in New York. I just sold the big gun to the students. I didn't commit any other crimes." Skinny Dog was sweating profusely in pain. His eyes were full of fear for the man in front of him. But the black muzzle of the gun was still pointed at him. This made Skinny Dog terrified. "Send me to prison. I'm going to prison." "You can't kill me. Send me to prison. Don't you superheroes kill people." Bang! The silenced pistol didn't make much sound. It is said that you can't bring anything with you when you are born and you can't take anything with you when you die, but Skinny Dog is different. When he died, there was an extra bullet in his head. Peter turned and left without leaving a word, laughing to death. What do you mean by superheroes don't kill people? Do you have to learn from Batman? What kind of justice is that? Arrest the criminals and send them to prison or a mental hospital, then wait for them to escape and cause more damage to people and then arrest them again? When facing evil people, you have to stab them to death. Where do so many explanations come from? Not long after Peter left, a woman with a slender and graceful figure but with obvious erosion of time on her face came here. In the past, her duties were quite legal, but now, you have to carry someone behind your back. The woman took out a mirror from her bag and deepened her flaming red lips. She left a gap in the door of the room. Without thinking, she pushed the door open and entered. Then, a sharp and piercing scream resounded throughout the Whitethorn Street. Please, a new book is launched. Please give flowers, recommendations, and collections. You have punished the marked criminal and received 500 points. The system's prompt sounded in Peter's ears. This gave him great satisfaction, and the accumulated anger in his heart completely dissipated. This kind of scum would only harm society if he stayed. There is no need to have any psychological burden to kill him. New York is a city that never sleeps, but not many people come and go at night. Unlike the daytime, the night is the home of thieves, alcoholics, and drug addicts. This is also the reason why the crime rate in New York remains high. Theft, infringement, and violence are endless. The New York police are deeply sorry for this. It is said that the prototype of DC Gotham is New York. I just don't know how these two unrelated worlds are integrated together now. Peter wore a black coat and a white top hat, looking like the mafia in the movies of the last century, but the mask on his face destroyed the overall image style. But there is no way he can't hack all the cameras on the street. Hey friend, are you going to Halloween dressed like this? A voice sounded from behind Peter. He was not surprised by this. There were 3 or 4 people on the other side, and they had followed him a few minutes ago. Peter walked past and saw several young men wearing leather jackets standing under the street light. Compared with their weird outfits, the dagger in the hands of the leader attracted more attention. Several people walked over with comfortable expressions. Listen, friends, everyone has some difficulties in life. I'm hungry now. Please help me hand over all the money on you. Let's be friends. Otherwise, I promise that you will spend the next 6 months in the hospital. Peter shrugged his shoulders and reached out to take out a wallet. This was just taken out of Xiaogu's rental house. It's true that he wants his life and he has to accept the money. Judgment, these 3 people are criminals. Punish them and get 600 redemption points. Seeing Peter take out the wallet, the leading gangster immediately raised his eyebrows and motioned the younger brother next to him to go and get it. The man smiled. We are friends now. I think your coat is pretty good too. Bang! Peter shot the gangster in front of him in the head without hesitation. Gun. He has a gun, run. The remaining 2 were shocked. They had been engaged in criminal activities for many years and their reaction speed was quite sensitive. They reacted immediately. They quickly ran in the opposite direction of Peter. The speed was indeed not slow, but the gun was faster. Bang. Bang! 2 bullets hit the criminal's legs accurately. Peter walked forward steadily. A gangster begged for mercy decisively. Sorry, I shouldn't have thought about your wallet. Let me go, I'm willing to give you all my money. He took out the wallet in his pocket and handed it to Peter. Peter took the wallet, took out the small bills in it and put them in his pocket. Bang! Another gangster left this world forever. At this moment there was only one person left who was the boss of the trio. Oh my god. What kind of monster did I mess with? Without saying a word, killing someone is like stepping on an ant. Peter walked up to him and held out a hand. The meaning was clear, hand over the wallet. Here, all for you, but you can't kill me. I work for Kingpin. If you kill me, he won't let you go. The moment he took out his wallet, a bullet shot into his brain. Peter took out the money inside and threw the wallet away. He continued to walk towards home. Young and dangerous people don't use their brains and they will be young and dangerous people all their lives. Street thugs don't use their brains and they can only be street thugs all their lives. Peter tiptoed back home, afraid of making a little noise and waking up Uncle Ben and Aunt May. After washing up, Peter was counting his gains just now, 1,001 points for exchange, more than 300 USD. A lot of gains. The crime rate in New York is extremely high and Peter will not worry about finding a place to earn points. If it doesn't work, go to Gotham for a business trip. I estimate that if I go out again tomorrow, I can accumulate 2,000 points. Then I will change the spider telepathy ability. Anyway, this ability can perceive danger in advance, which is quite good. Then I will exchange the weapon proficiency and combat proficiency in the exchange mall. Peter has thought about saving 200,000 points directly and doing a big one-time exchange to get the Homelander template. But it is really difficult. It's like looking for a job. If you want a high-paying job, you have to have a good education and tuition fees are necessary expenses. Just when Peter was about to go to bed, there was a bang outside the window, the sound of heavy objects hitting. He quickly opened the windowsill and saw a black and white figure holding the window with all his strength. The battle suit on the back was torn and blood oozed out. This person was none other than Gwen, Spider-Woman. Peter grabbed Gwen's arm and with his current strength he easily lifted Gwen up. Wait a minute, I'll get the medical kit. Peter rushed downstairs at a very fast pace. Please. 5 updates every day, 500 flowers or 50 evaluation votes for extra updates. If there are flowers today, I will owe them first. I have to watch the LPL finals today. It will hurt a lot in a while, you have to bear it. Peter opened the medical box and took out the iodine from it. Gwen's fair back was exposed to his view, but at this moment there was no beauty at all, a bloody wound, indescribably hideous. What a pity such delicate skin might leave scars. After Gwen leaves, see if there is any ointment for scar treatment in the system mall. Gwen turned her back to Peter. If it were normal, she would definitely blush and her heart would beat fast, but at this moment she was enduring huge amounts of pain. I'm so sorry, please help me disinfect it. Influenced by her father George, Gwen also wanted to be a person who contributed to society and could maintain public order. While having dinner tonight, George suddenly received a message from the police station. It said that a criminal was controlling the Rhino armor to rob a bank. It caused considerable damage. As the director of the New York Police Department, George had the obligation to maintain public order in the city. He immediately went to the scene of the crime. Gwen was worried about her father's safety, so she put on a battle suit and followed him quietly. Then she inevitably fought with the Rhino, but she had only obtained the ability not long after all. Both her fighting skills and reaction speed were immature. The wound on her back was caused by the sharp rhino horn. If it was a little deeper, I'm afraid this new superhero would have died on the spot. As for going to the hospital to treat the wound, Gwen didn't think about it. An ambulance will come with a phone call, which only happens on TV. However, George is the chief of the police department and can enjoy special services in the hospital, but Gwen will definitely expose her identity. I wanted to go home to treat the wound, but I fell into Peter's window because of exhaustion. Bear with it, it hurts a little. Because the wound was too deep, Peter put a towel against Gwen's waist and poured a small bottle of iodine on it. Tilda. Gwen gritted her teeth and endured the pain. When the effect of the alcohol passed, Peter quickly bandaged her with gauze. Excuse me. Hey. Before Gwen could react, Peter's warm hands reached into her combat uniform. The gauze wrapped around her body layer by layer. Gwen could feel Peter's big hands entwined back and forth under her chest. This made Gwen, who was behind the mask, very embarrassed. It was so embarrassing. Exposing her back in front of Peter was the biggest extent she could accept. Although Gwen and Mary Jane met the band at school and kept trying new things, it did not mean that she was open. Especially her father was still a very conservative person. Now her fair face was covered with a layer of red and even her ears were red. Luckily it was Peter. If it was someone else, no, it would not be someone else. If it was a stranger, she would not crawl in at all. The doctor is not afraid, don't mind it too much. Peter's understated words eased the awkward atmosphere a little. Okay. Peter tied the gauze and reminded, remember to change the gauze every day. It's better to wrap it with a bandage and apply powder. If it's inconvenient for you, you can come to me at any time. I won't come to you again, Gwen silently complained. She will never allow such a shameful thing to happen again. Gwen stood up, looked at Peter and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Peter. How do you know my name is Peter?" Oh my God, Gwen was speechless for a moment. She forgot that she was still wearing a mask. "You must have seen the signature on my desk." After teasing Gwen, Peter gave her another step. "Yes, I saw your signature." Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll leave first." Gwen walked to the window. "Wait a minute." Peter held Gwen's hand. "Spider-Woman, you are the hero of the city. I like you." Gwen snorted in her heart when she heard this. "Is this a confession? You haven't told the blonde girl in the neighbor's house who doesn't wear a mask? No, it's the blonde beauty. What else? Do you want my phone number? Do you want to date me?" Peter didn't answer this question. Instead, he asked her to wait. Then he took out something like a metal wristband from the drawer. "What is this?" "It's specially developed for you. I call it web shooters." Peter developed this thing before entering Osborne's company for a visit. For a science genius with good grades, inventing some small things is not a problem. Originally, it was intended for her to use, but she didn't expect that in this world Gwen is Spider-Man. Gwen looked confused. "What is this?" "As the name suggests, it can launch cobwebs. How can a spider not launch cobwebs?" "Put it on, and you can roam in the steel forest of New York in the future. It has good toughness and excellent strength. The cobweb will automatically decompose 4 hours after it is launched, which is very environmentally friendly." Gwen didn't know what to say at this moment. This is exactly what she needs now. After all, Gwen is not like the original Spider-Man in the movie who can automatically launch cobwebs. Although Gwen is smart, she is still far behind Peter. She will never be able to research this thing by herself. According to normal development, web shooters were developed for her by Wasp. Now that Peter is gone, Gwen has saved several years of detours. Peter took out another web shooters from the drawer and a box of cobweb ammunition. "Take them all, enough for you to use for a while." Gwen was deeply moved. She was able to maintain the image of Spider-Woman just now, but now she can't maintain it at all. She hugged Peter directly. She whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Peter." Then she unfolded part of the mask, revealing her lips, and kissed Peter on the cheek. After Gwen left, Peter also lost his sleepiness. He simply took advantage of his energy to start scientific research again. If Gwen could use cobweb, he could do it too, because he had done web shooters before. It didn't take much effort to do it again. One night passed. Peter finished web shooters. Because of the disturbance caused by Green Goblin to the school, Midtown Science and Technology High School temporarily suspended classes for one day. Peter slept until noon. If Uncle Ben hadn't called him, he would probably have slept longer. Peter washed up and went to the nearest Huxia supermarket and bought a few pounds of pork. In the whole America, only the pork sold in Huxia supermarkets is castrated. I saw a video on the internet in my previous life. When overseas students cook local pork, they blanch pepper, star anise, onion, ginger, garlic, and blanch it for several hours and finally throw away the pot. At that time, he thought it was exaggerated. It was not until he traveled through time that he understood the practice of international students. Even after being in this world for 18 years, he still couldn't accept the taste of local pigs. He returned home carrying several pounds of pork, beef, and a small box of butter biscuits. Aunt May hurried over. "Peter, where have you been? It's not safe outside now." Uncle Ben, who was sitting on the sofa, said, "How can a young man of his age stay at home?" "Oh my God, Peter, why did you buy so many things back? Where did you get the money?" For the Parker family, Uncle Ben and Aunt May's salary just paid the mortgage and the most basic living expenses. During business hours, Uncle Ben would go out to rent out and subsidize the family. Otherwise, in the first generation of the plot, Aunt May would not have sold furniture to make a living after Uncle Ben died. Uncle Ben saw the food in Peter's hand and had a bad idea in his mind. Compared with their time, young people nowadays have become more open and less regular. He was quite afraid that Peter would go astray. Peter had already thought of the excuse. "This is the money I made from repairing cars. I worked part-time in a German car company when I was on business. The boss is very rich and generous." Hearing this, the two of them felt relieved. Peter grew up under their watch and had a certain understanding of this child. Although Ben suspected that he would learn bad things, he still believed in him. Peter quickly changed the subject. "Aunt May, you said it's dangerous outside. Did something happen again?" Ben nodded and pointed at the TV. It's being reported. The TV was broadcasting the news of the Daily Bugle. The female host narrated what happened last night in a concise manner. On the evening of September 13, a serious home robbery occurred in the residential area of 5037 Whitethorn Street in New York City. The victim died on the spot. A woman who was engaged in illegal work appeared at the scene of the crime at the first time. The time of the crime has been determined. The New York police are doing their best to solve the case. In the same period, 2 other cases occurred in New York City. 3 young people on Whitethorn Street were also shot. When the police retrieved the surveillance, they found that the surveillance system was hacked. Currently, only the surveillance in front of a pizza shop has captured the suspect's photo. A photo appeared on TV. From a bird's-eye view, a man wearing a top hat and a coat, but his face was not captured. How did our city become like this? Peter sighed and said, but this suspect's clothes are not bad. Uncle Ben nodded. Indeed, his clothes are really good. I remember that I seem to have a piece of clothes like this. How could he know that Peter went out wearing his coat last night? On the TV, the female host continued. Another case in the same time period occurred on Champs-Élysées Street, where the Bank of America was robbed by a rhino in a mecha. Spider-Woman was also present at the scene. At the end of the news, a man who looked to be in his 50s appeared in the camera, and his position and name were marked below the TV. Jonah James, the founder and editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. James, who was wearing a suit and a beard, shouted, "These masked guys in New York are all destroyers of the city, all criminals, including the masked Spider-Woman. You are the scum of society." You are. Peter changed the channel. It is true that no matter which universe, Jonah James is Spider-Man's eternal sunspot. Did he get bit by a spider when he was a child, or does he have any psychological trauma to spiders? I always feel that his attitude is a bit too radical. Just then, the system prompt sounded, ding, new task. Punish the rhino. A rude, low IQ guy left a deep wound on your girl's back with huge amounts of armor. Such a guy should be punished by the villain's superhero. Please make a big fuss. Mission goal: punish the rhino. Mission completion reward: 5,000 redemption points. The first time you complete the task, the points will be doubled. The aroma of pork wafted from the kitchen. Aunt May was making stir-fried pork with peppers and beef stew with potatoes, 2 authentic Huxia dishes. Because Peter likes to eat, Aunt May specially visited the Huxia chef. Uncle Ben patted Peter on the shoulder. He looked at him with the eyes of a man. Peter, you have grown up. You have inherited your father's intelligence and excellent grades. Since you were in the 3rd grade of elementary school, I have not been able to tutor you. This family is not rich, and we all know it. But it is not time for you to think about making money yet. Study hard. There is only 1 year left in high school. With your grades, you will definitely be able to go to a very good university. I will take care of making money. Peter didn't know what to say for a while. Most men express their feelings in a subtle way. He nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Ben, your grades will not fall behind. Aunt May's voice also came from the kitchen. Go wash your hands quickly and you can have lunch soon. Aunt May looked at Peter with a relieved look in her eyes. Peter was just 1 month old when she was by her side. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was her own child. At the same time, she felt a little guilty. Before the summer vacation, Aunt May went to Midtown Science and Technology High School and saw Peter's classmates. They were all bright and beautiful, but only Peter was still wearing old clothes from 2 years ago. It smells so good, Aunt May. I can eat 2 bowls of rice today. After lunch, Peter slept for a while and went out in the afternoon. He carried Uncle Ben's coat in his backpack, although the system has issued tasks. But he is not going to take action against the Rhino Man yet. What he needs to do now is to earn points and exchange them for spider telepathy. Facing the Rhino Man wearing a mecha, Peter feels that with spider telepathy, his chances of winning will be more secure. There is still some time before dark. He put on the web shooters he made overnight last night, climbed to the rooftop of the 50-story building, put on a mask, stand on the edge of the rooftop overlooking the street below and take a deep breath. At this moment, it is inevitable to be a little nervous. Come on, he encouraged himself in his heart. The middle and ring fingers were bent, just pressing on the sensor button in the palm of the hand. The cobweb shot out like a stream of water from a floodgate. It stuck directly to a building across the wide street. Peter did not hesitate and floated over directly. However, a tragic thing happened. Although he was bound to the Yan Shuangying template, the smooth cobweb was like a lubricant in his hand. With his current strength, he couldn't catch it at all. Peter fell to the ground on the building several dozen meters high. Even if Yan Shuangying fell from this height, he would definitely die. Fortunately, Peter was prepared. Get ability, Flash. When you roll, you have an invincible frame. Even if you face 10 machine guns, you will not be hit. Note, infinite CD for rolling. When he was about to land, Peter used a flash directly. A roll, a successful invincible frame, avoided the damage of falling from a high altitude. Peter was shocked. Hurry up and earn points to exchange for Homelander templates. Yan Shuangying is very strong, but this is the Marvel world. No matter how strong Yan Shuangying is, he is still a human being. How can a human compare with a monster? When the night came, Peter also changed his clothes. This time he took the subway and advanced to the suburbs 2 hours away from Queens. Compared with the strong police force in New York City, the suburbs are almost ignored, which also leads to a lot of hidden activities in this place. For example, human trafficking and child trafficking. A rich man bought an island, built a mansion on it, and found a group of minors to provide big shots with pleasure. The more well-dressed, the more hypocritical. As a computer genius, Peter monitors everything in this country equally. He knew a long time ago that there was a den in the suburbs of New York which was dedicated to detaining teenage girls and then sent to the island. But he didn't tell anyone about this, not even Gwen's father George. With George's character, if he knew about this, he would definitely investigate it thoroughly. But Peter knew that George couldn't do anything about it, and the biggest possibility was that he would get into trouble. Peter did make several anonymous phone calls to relevant agencies, but there was no difference between fighting and not fighting. Peter took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and walked towards an old city area. I really envy Big Shot's life. What a perverted way to play. At the door of an old residential building, 2 men, one black and one white, were chatting. There were a dozen companions in the building. Every 2 hours, a shift was changed. There were 7 or 8 little girls and little boys locked up inside. Some big shots were like priests in the church, always liking different kinds of excitement. Hold on for another day, and after sending the people away, you can also spend money to try some perverted ways of playing. At this moment, the 2 suddenly noticed a man in a coat walking towards them. He looked like the mafia in the movie The Godfather. Hey, stay away from here. Bang bang, plop plop. The 2 had no time to react, and the 2 bullets hit their brains accurately. Peter also heard the system prompt sound in his ears. F***K. We're being targeted. Bob, the leader of this group, was a mercenary in his early years, and later went to New York to work for Kingpin. Trafficking minors is one of Kingpin's many industries. Bob never thought that someone would dare to trouble Kingpin, the underground emperor of New York. He extended a selfie stick with a mobile phone out of the window. With a bang, almost at the same time, a hole was punched in the mobile phone on the selfie stick. How many people are there on the other side? Boss, there's only one of them. What did you say? Then why are we so scared? Let's go down together and kill this guy. But boss, he's already up. Bob's pupils shrank and he saw a shadow in a coat standing at the stairs, just like the Razor Gang in Peaky Blinders. Don't be afraid, we have the advantage in numbers. He only has 2 guns, so he can't shoot many bullets. After that, a group of people fired at Peter, and the bullets were poured at Peter without cost. Faced with this situation, Peter did not dare to be careless. He rolled over continuously. The bullets passed by him, but they just couldn't hit him. What's going on? How can someone be so flexible? Peter did not dodge blindly and continued to shoot while rolling. Bob's companions fell to the ground and died one after another. FXXK. It's a devil. You fired more than 20 shots in a row. Why do you still have bullets? He was completely dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he saw. When he reacted, there was no one around him, all dead. Huge amounts of fear enveloped Bob's heart. He threw the gun in his hand on the ground and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Don't kill me. King Bing is my boss. You won't have a good end if you offend him. Bob knelt on the ground and said the most cruel words in the most humble tone. Peter was too lazy to talk nonsense with this little Kayla. He raised his arm. The bullet was fired, ending Bob's sinful life. You have punished the marked criminal and received 200 points. You have punished the marked criminal and received 500 points. You have punished the marked criminal and received 800 points. Peter put on a mask and skillfully searched for the wallet on the body. This time he had a good harvest. The accumulated points were enough for him to exchange for spider telepathy, and he also got more than 800 USD from the criminal. Peter had already thought about the use of this money, changing into a coat. He opened the door of a bedroom. He saw a dozen young girls huddled in the corner because of the fear of the gunfight. The oldest one looked no more than 18 years old. Ladies, congratulations on your freedom. I hope the bodies outside don't scare you. Good night. Half an hour later, Peter changed back into his original clothes and appeared at the subway station. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He had to take the next subway back to Queens and should be able to get home before 11 o'clock. I have to go to school tomorrow. Peter let out a sigh of relief. He really has no patience for waiting for the bus. Forget it, let's redeem the spider telepathy first. Open the points mall. Because it's the first order, the spider telepathy worth 20,000 points is sold at a 10% discount, now only 2,000. Redeem. Get ability, spider telepathy, get a hint a few seconds before the danger comes and avoid danger at the critical moment. Hint, achieve the achievement of killing people like crazy 10/100 and achieve a small success. Reward time-limited item, rabbit talisman. Get item. Rabbit talisman, the agile rabbit can make you more agile and increase your speed by 100 times. The rabbit talisman can be used for 3 months. Peter held the talisman in his hand and felt a little dazed. Does anyone have this thing? Start a long-term task, collect zodiac signs 1/12. What's the difference between me and the Flash with the rabbit talisman? Peter walked out of the subway station, a little excited. The rabbit talisman's ability was activated and everything around seemed to slow down. The flying bird seemed to be still in the air. The falling leaves from the tree stopped in the air, motionless. It wasn't that time stopped, but that Peter's speed became faster. Peter glanced at the time on his phone. 20:12:05. Peter started to move, running directly from the suburbs of New York back to Queens, his home. Look at the time again. 20:12:08. 3 seconds. Peter ran countless kilometers in 3 seconds. Peter went upstairs lightly, and tonight was a great harvest. He exchanged for spider telepathy and got the rabbit talisman. Now the chances of winning against the Rhino Man are much greater. Originally, Peter wanted to make some more preparations. Now it seems that there is no need for this. Even if there is no system task, he is not going to let go of the guy who hurt Gwen. Tomorrow morning, ask George about the situation of the Rhino Man to see if there is any clue about him. If there is, then tomorrow night will be the death date of the Rhino Man. After washing up, Peter opened the exchange mall again on the bed. The mall was also refreshed. Venom symbiote priced at 150,000 points. Parasitic organism. After using it, the body function is greatly improved. There is a risk of being controlled. Desert eagle with unlimited bullets priced at 5,000 points. Homelander template priced at 200,000 points. Purchase permission has been unlocked. The next morning. As usual, after breakfast, Peter got into the car of his neighbor George. Peter, don't worry, the New York police have the ability to protect your safety, and now the police force of the police station has been dispersed. A few days ago, Midtown University of Science and Technology was attacked by Green Goblin. Peter slept for 2 days and George thought he must have been frightened. I'm fine, Uncle George. Sitting in the back seat of the police car, Gwen listened to the conversation between the two and had no intention of interrupting. Because of the super ability, her physical fitness has also improved several times. The wound on her back caused by the rhino has healed and scabbed. At the same time, she was thinking about another thing. Peter is such a big pig's hoof. Last time at Peter's house, the other party treated her wounds and acted so considerately. But she was still wearing a mask at that time. When she returned home, Gwen realized that Peter was in love with someone else. In the past, Peter never expressed his intention to fall in love with her, but Gwen felt that this was something that was bound to happen sooner or later. As a result, he was so gentle to a masked woman of unknown origin. Although this woman was herself, Gwen crossed her arms. Her blonde hair was particularly beautiful, but there was a little jealousy on her face. Yes, she was jealous of herself, but she couldn't say anything. She couldn't wear Spider-Woman's battle suit, walk to Peter's room, take off the mask and scare him. Gwen, why are you not right today? As a father, George found that Gwen was different from usual today. Is she more beautiful than usual? My daughter has always been beautiful, Peter. What do you think? Peter nodded. Yes, Gwen is very popular in school. I remember that someone pursued her when she was in high school. George smiled after hearing this. So Peter, you're very thoughtful. Gwen's fair face turned red after hearing this. Dad. This made Peter a little embarrassed. George asked him to pick up his daughter in front of him. He was really confident in himself. Peter looked back at Gwen, who made a playful face. Suddenly she was stunned. Peter, where are your glasses? Gwen had felt something was wrong just now, but she didn't notice it for a while. Now she suddenly realized that Peter's glasses had disappeared. After discovering this difference, more changes were also noticed. You seem to have grown taller and stronger. What's going on, Peter? In Gwen's impression, Peter has always been very weak and belongs to the type that can eat anything but gain weight. He is not tall, even a little shorter than herself. Dad stopped the car first. Hearing his daughter's reminder, George also noticed Peter's changes. Gwen got out of the police car and pulled Peter out. The two stood together, and sure enough, Peter was more than half a head taller than her. His figure also became more upright. If you use plants to describe Peter, he used to be an eggplant hit by frost, but now he is a tall tree. He is no longer the shrunken high school student. Peter, what's going on? George asked with concern. He had never seen such a thing before. No, it can't be said that he had never seen it before. When George was young, he saw the poster of Captain America. It seemed that he had changed from a weak soldier to a powerful warrior. It was a pity that his plane had an accident and he seemed to have passed away. Since Peter obtained the system and the Yan Shuangying template, he thought that people would notice something unusual, so he had already thought of the words to deal with it. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was the day when the school was attacked by Green Goblin. I was scared. I went home and slept for 2 days. After waking up, I became like this. Gwen and her father looked at each other and digested the surprise in their eyes. Can it be like this? Gwen looked at Peter now, and the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. She used to think that she was not a superficial person and handsome guys could not attract her attention. Now she is indeed quite superficial. Her eyes could not help but turn around Peter's face. Peter now is really manly. Uncle George, let's keep going. There's a lot of traffic on the road to school. George hummed. Get in the car. Leaning on the co-pilot, Peter intentionally or unintentionally directed the topic to the rhino. Uncle George, do you have any clues about the rhino who robbed the bank? Hearing this, George's eyes dimmed. I don't know. Now I only know that the guy in the metal armor is the bear man. As for where he is now, no one knows. I fought with him. The guy was wearing a set of metal armor that bullets couldn't penetrate. Even if we know his location, we have to make a precise battle plan. Otherwise, it will cause great casualties. Last time a colleague died in his hands. Peter nodded and said nothing more. I didn't read many comics in my previous life, so I didn't know much about the rhino. But he hurt Gwen, so he has to pay the price at night. Osborne Company. Norman Osborne's situation is getting worse. Green Goblin's personality always controls him at the most critical moment. He sat in the office on the top floor of the company, looking at his hideous self in the mirror. Please don't do those things again. Please. The voice of Green Goblin in the mirror seemed to have a bewitching effect. I'm doing this for us. That Spider-Woman is a nosy guy. Only by getting her blood can we survive. Think about Harry, think about your son. He's not even 20 years old yet. Do you want to see him die in front of you? Osborne sighed. You're right. I have to think about Harry. Let someone cause chaos in the city and then lure Spider-Woman out. Then he picked up his phone and dialed a number, whispered, tell the rhino that he can rob another bank. At the same time, in an abandoned factory. A burly guy smiled, looking at the huge amounts of metal rhinos in front of him. He smiled. With this mecha, I am invincible. It's time for me to show my skills. This burly and strong man is none other than the rhino. The real name of the rhino is Alexei Seisvich, a bear man. In his early years, he heard that America could make money easily, and then he came here without hesitation. But because of his simple mind, he eventually became a gangster thug. Some time ago, I heard that Osborne Company was doing some human experiments, and those who participated in the experiments could get a large amount of rewards. Enough to make a person live a rich life for more than 10 years. Alexei took the initiative to participate in the experiment, and his physical fitness was greatly strengthened. Later, the personality of Osborne Company took the initiative to find him and provided him with a set of armor. A large number of language weapons and even anti-tank missiles were installed on the armor. It is worth mentioning that the words Stark were written on the Rhino mecha. With this set of armor, Alexei officially became a Rhino. The people of Osborne Company asked him to rob a bank. Although he didn't understand why, he wanted to do something like robbing a bank without being told. After all, what other way to make money is faster than robbing a bank? Rhino said to Osborne's employees. With this suit of armor, no one can hurt me. I am invincible. Last time, the Spider-Woman ran away. If she dares to come again this time, I don't mind stepping on her to death. How can a spider compare with a rhino? Rhino felt that his body was full of strength, not to mention the blessing of the armor. Rhino locked onto the nearest bank. The powerful firepower can easily smash the walls of the bank. With a bang, smoke and dust rose. Countless people screamed, "Hand over all the money or I will shoot you into meat paste." The New York Police Department received the alarm call as soon as possible, immediately dispatched. They were fast, but Peter was faster. Peter, who hacked into the police station system, received the message as soon as possible. He changed into a set of clothes that was completely different from usual. He bought this online. It was also the style of the gangsters. It's just that it's no longer the Italian mafia but more like the Razor Gang in Peaky Blinders. With the rabbit charm, no one can be faster than him except Superman. He arrived at the crime scene almost instantly. "Hey, big guy, if you surrender now, I might let you go." The rhino turned around and was stunned. Who is this person, a policeman? If it's a policeman, then the speed is too fast. He just broke a wall and someone came to stop him the next second. Although the rhino was slightly surprised, he was not afraid. He was simple-minded and liked to use violence to solve problems. As he said this, he controlled the mecha, and the barrel on the mecha aimed at Peter's head. "Anyone who stops me must die." The rhino pulled the trigger without hesitation, but nothing happened. He was stunned. "Damn it. Where are my bullets?" He realized that there were no bullets in the mecha, but he clearly remembered to load bullets into the mech. Damn it. Bulletproof head. When the enemy points a gun at your head, there will be no bullets in the opponent's gun. Passive. Peter smiled slightly. It seems that this passive function is quite strong. The rhino immediately checked other facilities. Fortunately, except for the bullets that disappeared inexplicably, everything else is there. No bullets. Then try this. Bang, fire splashed. A small missile shot at Peter. At the same time, the flow rate of everything around slowed down. The missile shot at Peter at a speed of 1 millimeter per second. Peter activated the rabbit spell. Even without the rabbit spell, this missile could not hurt him. Continuous dodge to maintain invincibility, but he didn't want to dirty his new clothes. Because the rhino moved too much, the people nearby had already run away, and Peter didn't need to save people. He just took care of himself. Bang, the missile exploded and the rhino was exposed. "Haha, you must have been blown to pieces. Sorry you can't touch me." Peter's voice came from behind the rhino. Even though he was wearing a mecha, he was sweating profusely. "Impossible, how could this be possible? The bomb didn't kill him." The rhino was horrified. He had clearly aimed just now, so why was he not hurt at all? "I don't believe I can't hit you." Bang, bang, bang. The missile was fired at Peter again, but it was still useless. In the face of extreme speed, both missiles and bullets became extremely slow. Peter dodged easily. The rhino was completely panicked at this moment. How did he do it? This person is not afraid of missiles. With his eyes, he couldn't keep up with Peter's speed at all, and he thought Peter was not afraid of missiles. It's terrible. The rhino's heart was pounding non-stop. He was just simple-minded but not fearless. At this moment, he was ready to retreat. He shouted to Peter, "Hey, you are really powerful. Missiles can't kill you, but I have heavy armor and you can't touch me." Peter snorted and laughed. Really want to make a bet? I bet you can get out of the armor by yourself. If you win, I can let you go and lose you $1. If you lose, you will die today. A question mark popped up in the rhino's mind. What is an ocean? Is this person in front of him crazy? How can he leave the mecha and stay inside to ensure his safety to the greatest extent? At the moment this thought appeared, his fingers seemed to open the switch to leave the armor uncontrollably. Wang's hair. My body is out of control. The rhino's eyes were wide open, and it couldn't be said that his body was out of control. But for some reason, he inexplicably wanted to leave the mecha and make a bet with the mysterious man in front of him. Forced interruption. When you propose to gamble with $1, the other party will immediately stop what he is doing and gamble with you. Peter had a blank expression on his face and slowly walked towards the rhino who had left the mecha. I said if you lose you will die. Just then the New York police finally arrived. 7 or 8 police cars surrounded the two. George, the leader, pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the two. Don't move, raise your hands. Peter walked towards the rhino with a blank expression, not affected by the police at all. Before coming here in order to safely deal with the rhino, he specially exchanged 2 potions in the Points Mall. One is an endurance strengthening potion. The other is a strength strengthening potion. The effects of the 2 potions can only last for 3 hours, but fortunately only 100 points are needed for the exchange. George hurriedly said. Hey, stop. Raise your hands. Dangerous elements will naturally be dealt with by the New York police. Don't meddle in other people's business. The court will naturally judge him. George's words were a joke to Peter. Whether it was Marvel or DC, he had never seen any bad guy punished by the police. Even if there were, they were only a minority. If the bad guys are not eliminated, they will only persecute the good guys. If confession worked, there would be no villain superheroes. Peter grabbed the wrist of the Rhino Man. He threw the Rhino Man to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Perhaps because he had never seen such a scene before, a policeman pulled the trigger nervously. The other policemen were stimulated and all fired at the 2 men, but Peter had already disappeared on the spot. He held the Rhino Man's arm and dragged the Rhino Man's body. He rushed at a very fast speed, ignoring the fact that the Rhino Man's body was rubbed into a bloody mess and even a lot of bones were rubbed off. All countries in the world at the same latitude sounded the alarm. All detected that an unidentified object broke into the territory very quickly and then disappeared at a very fast speed. George cursed the police officer who fired the gun. Get out, who told you to shoot? At this moment, the mysterious man and the Rhino Man disappeared. This was equivalent to returning in vain, and various media heard the news, and the scene just now had been recorded by the newspaper reporter. He also took photos. However, a gust of wind whistled the next second. Peter, in disguise, appeared again. Next to him was the tattered body of the rhino. Except for the arm that Peter had just held, the rest of the rhino's body was almost wiped clean, and even his internal organs were almost gone. If his body had not been strengthened and he was just an ordinary person, he would have been dragged around the earth by Peter. He would have been dead. When everyone saw the body of the rhino, whether it was the police or the newspaper reporters, they all stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to say a word. They endured the discomfort and dared not breathe. Horrible, it was really terrible. This man was so terrible. Even George, who had risen from a grassroots policeman to the director, was shocked. How could he know that the mysterious man who would be on the New York Times tomorrow and was hailed as the most terrifying hero was a student at Midtown Science and Technology High School, his good neighbor, and the ideal husband chosen for his daughter? Peter moved his body and felt a little tired. After all, he is just an ordinary person. Even with the strengthening of 2 potions and the rabbit charm, he still feels uncomfortable after circling the earth. He has to continue to score points. Peter took off the same octagonal hat as Tommy Shelby and adjusted his hair. He said to the New York police, "You're welcome." Peter disappeared, and the next second Osborne Company has many industries in New York and many informants. At this moment in Norman Osborne's home, the TV is playing a video of Peter's battle with the rhino. Damn, how did he do it? Osborne, who was occupied by the Green Goblin personality, showed abnormal anger. Even after dozens of times of slow playback, there was no trace of Peter's movement. Spider-Woman hasn't been lured out yet, and now there is a mysterious razor party. Green Goblin's angry punch directly smashed a table. The miserable state of the Rhino frightened him. However, this did not make him give up the idea of creating chaos and attracting Spider-Woman. After all, judging from the battle just now, the razor party was very fast and strong, but there was a fatal weakness. He couldn't fly, and Green Goblin had a bat flight. Next, as long as he was careful, there wouldn't be too many problems. Peter was already on the train to the Stark building. There was still some time before dark. Just now, when he was moving at high speed, he destroyed the words about Stark Industries on the Rhino and took a photo. Tony Stark is still a playboy now, and it will take some time for him to become Iron Man. There are no superheroes on the streets of New York. As for Superman and Homelander, they occasionally visit this city. Yes, you heard it right. The complexity of this world is ridiculous. It not only integrates the universes of Marvel, DC, but also the boys. Superman does good things for justice, but Homelander does good things just to increase his popularity and increase the stock of Vought Corporation. Even if they occasionally do something to uphold justice. But there are still too few superheroes, and the crime rate in the city is too high. Noodles, ice, trafficking, theft, robbery. Although Peter can get points from them, he still hopes that the world can be safer. So the purpose of this Stark building trip is to let Tony understand as soon as possible that the military products made by their company are not only sold to the military. On the train, Peter is resting with his eyes closed. The system prompt sounded. The task of punishing the Rhino has been completed. Your treatment of the Rhino is consistent with the identity of a villain superhero. The following are hidden scoring items. Facing the enemy with preparation, rated 1,000 points. Treat the enemy with cruel means, rated 4,000 points. Comment. When the bad guys tortured the good guys, they never thought about how cruel they were. You punished them with thundering means, which is the punishment they deserve. Holding the Vajra, the Bodhisattva's heart is revealed. The score is converted into points. The points for the first mission are doubled. You finally get 15,000 points. One additional bonus point. Please choose to add points from the following abilities. Bulletproof head, flash, forced interruptions, spider telepathy. Peter hesitated for a moment and finally chose spider telepathy. In the future, when there is a stronger template, it seems that Yan Shuangying's ability will not be of much use. In comparison, spider telepathy can be used for a long time. After Peter made his choice, the originally white spider telepathy on the system panel turned blue. Spider telepathy V1, V2. Increase in alert sensitivity. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. 15,000 plus the original scattered points. His accumulated points now reached more than 16,000. He was one step closer to exchanging for the Homelander template. Who would win the final victory in the fight with the real Homelander? Not long after, Peter arrived at Stark Industries. America High School finishes school between 2 and 3 o'clock. Peter hadn't even finished his work for 4 o'clock when he solved the problem of the Rhino. At this time, the employees of Stark Industries hadn't gotten off work yet. Peter came to the front desk and saw a staff member in a professional suit. "Hello, sir, who are you looking for?" I'm looking for Miss Pepper Potts." As a boss worth hundreds of millions, Tony Stark, Peter felt that he would not want to meet a high school student. Even if this high school student was handsome. "Do you have an appointment?" "Hey, I just found a necklace at the door. I bet it was you who dropped it." Peter stretched out his hand, and a finely crafted necklace hung on his finger, but it should not be very valuable. "I am a friend of Miss Pepper, and she never told me that there is such a beautiful lady like you in Stark Industries." Peter felt that as the secretary of Tony, the hands-off boss, Pepper might not have time to meet a high school student without an appointment. So the front desk needed to inform. As for the trick on the female receptionist, it was learned from the male protagonist Leo in the movie Cat and Mouse Game. The reason why he has been successful in this trick is that he has a good face. Peter was not sure of success. The female receptionist looked at Peter and then looked at the necklace hanging on her hand. Her face flushed. Peter took advantage of the victory and hung the necklace around the female employee's neck with a smile, and also noticed the name tag on the female employee's chest. Jenny Wright listened to Jenny. "I want you to call Miss Pepper now and tell her that an old friend of hers is here to see her." This method is not recommended. If you are ugly, you will be regarded as a pervert. However, Peter gives people a refreshing and naughty feeling, mainly because he is handsome. The female receptionist let out a sigh of relief and dialed Miss Pepper's number. She is on the 21st floor. You can take the elevator up. Thank you. Peter turned and left. Wait a minute, the female receptionist Jenny called him. What's going on? Jenny immediately tore off a note and wrote something on it. Peter took it and there was a string of numbers on it. Jenny blushed and said, "This is my number, call me in the evening, 21st floor." Peter just entered Pepper's office, crumpled up the phone number given by the receptionist and threw it into the trash can. Pepper stood up quickly when she saw someone coming. She was wearing a professional suit, thin, with freckles on her face, and her hair was golden like Gwen, but she was obviously less shiny and looked a little haggard. This was normal because the person she had a crush on was a playboy. 11 of the 12 girls in Maxim magazine last year had been in Tony Stark's bed. Anyone would be anxious and irritated to see the man they like sleeping with other women. "Hello, do we know each other?" Pepper looked at the high school student in front of her with a puzzled look. "Sorry, Miss Pepper, we haven't met before, but I just want to find you because I have something important to do." Peter took out his mobile phone directly. "You'll know after looking at this." Pepper took the phone with some caution and the picture on it really surprised her. "Oh my God, what is this?" "Yes." Peter took over. "It is Mark Stark Industries. 40 minutes ago, a few blocks away on Angelina Avenue, a criminal driving a rhino mecha attacked the entire bank, causing a certain degree of casualties. And the thing he drove, or part of the weapon, was produced by your company. Almost everyone in the country knows that Stark Industries is a military enterprise. But now this thing has fallen into the hands of criminals. I don't think you want people outside to know about this." After saying this, Peter grinned. Why did this sound like an island country's speech just now? He quickly added another sentence. "Letting others know is likely to affect Stark's stock price." Pepper's expression became solemn. "Thank you for telling me about this. I will check the authenticity of this matter." Pepper replied politely. Just then, a voice sounded in the room further inside the office. "No need to thank him. I've seen a lot of these little tricks to cheat people out of money." Tony Stark, wearing a shirt, walked out of the room. He patted Peter on the shoulder. "Kid, are you in college?" "I also liked to play tricks on others when I was in college, but I wouldn't set my sights on billionaires." Peter was speechless. As expected of Tony, his mouth is full of honey. "Tony." Pepper's tone was heavy. "He's still a kid, and he came to remind me out of kindness." Tony leaned back on the desk and poured himself a glass of red wine. "Kid. Stop it. Which kid of yours can pick up a beautiful receptionist with just a few words?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you, I just happened to be bored and saw this scene from the surveillance. I have to say your skills in picking up girls are better than mine, and I've learned another trick." "Tony," Pepper interrupted Tony Stark again, and solemnly apologized to Peter. "Sorry, my boss is mentally ill." "Tony. Come on, you say a genius is mentally ill. I bet the photos in this kid's phone are photoshopped. The purpose is to cheat some money. If you don't believe me, I can contact the military right now and get the truth from them tonight. The weapons in this rhino armor can never come from Stark Industries. I trust Obadiah Stane very much. He is my father's partner and will never sell weapons to others." Peter was speechless, so angry. He had already thought about changing into a combat uniform at night and talking to Tony about this matter in a different identity. As for Obadiah Stane mentioned by Tony just now, Peter was no stranger to him. He was the villain in Iron Man. He privately sold arms to the Middle East and plotted to harm Tony. But because he was a friend of Hodgson Stark, Tony trusted him very much. "Mr. Stark, since you don't trust me, I have nothing to say." Peter left a word and turned around. "How about staying for a drink? We can talk about how to pick up girls. I'll pay and you'll provide the skills." Peter ignored him. After he left, Miss Pepper stomped her feet. "Tony, you're really going too far." After that, she also left the office. Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders indifferently and drank the red wine in the glass. Sitting in the office chair, he contacted his military friend, Captain Rhodes. The purpose is definitely to prove that the weapons on the rhino armor have nothing to do with Stark Industries. An hour later, it was getting dark. He received a reply from Rhodes. Tony, that thing is indeed a weapon produced by Stark Industries. We retrieved the video footage of the nearby streets. It does say Stark Industries and the technicians dismantled the mecha. All the core weapons come from your company. What? Tony couldn't believe his ears. Although he was the boss of the company, the sales had always been handed over to Obadiah. Could it really be? Tony looked solemn and said to himself. Next time I see that kid, I have to apologize to him. As soon as the voice fell, a gust of wind and waves came and a man wearing a coat and an octagonal hat, a bit like the British Razor Party, appeared in front of him. Peas. Let's talk a little bit. I'm thinking whether to include Pepper. The reason for hesitation is mainly because she is not very popular. Her character is pretty in the movie but not particularly pretty. The more important reason is that if I include her, it will affect the character's personality in the story. Then I thought of another way, a one-night stand. Sleep with the protagonist and then stay with Iron Man. Only S*X, not love. But I'm afraid of being accused of being a cuckold, toxic, and giving away girls. Definitely only for characters with average popularity. Wanda, Gwen, and Catwoman will definitely not be entangled. This is what I'm entangled with now, as well as Black Widow and Harley Quinn. I can also set them up and let them all be virgins and fall in love with the protagonist as soon as they meet. But doing this feels like it loses some fun and is likely to cause ook of the characters. The two solutions I can think of at the moment are female characters with low popularity on the edge, only S*X, not love, and do not affect the plot. The second is not to destroy the original relationship. For example, the official match for Pepper is still Iron Man, which definitely targets female characters who are not very popular. You can also share your own opinions. When writing a book, it is not shameful to brainstorm. In addition, I ask for flowers and recommendation votes every day before the book is put on the shelves. The current data is average. Is anyone still reading it? Frankly speaking, Tony was a little panicked at this moment. It was not difficult to tell his identity from his outfit. This was the mafia that dominated the hot searches in New York at the moment. Almost every forum was discussing him. Some people said he was a hero, but more people thought he was a villain. How could a superhero play with criminals to death? Usually they would catch the bad guys and hand them over to the police like Batman did. Dude, your outfit is really retro. I can recommend you to go to the catwalk. Tony wanted to stabilize the situation and say something humorous to ease the atmosphere. But as soon as he opened his mouth, people always felt that he was breathing sarcasm. Tony looked calm, but he was actually panicked. After all, the Rhino used weapons from Stark Industries. And the mafia in front of him never showed mercy to the bad guys. It would be bad if he was mistaken for the Rhino's accomplice. Hey, listen, man, I know what you're thinking. You must think I'm a bad guy. I admit that at some point I'm really bad. After all, women don't love bad men. But that Rhino man has nothing to do with me. I don't even know him. As for the weapon he used, I'll find out. Give me some time. I wanted to approach you as an ordinary person, but I got contempt and suspicion. Sure enough, this identity is more useful, Peter complained in his heart. I know you. He interrupted Tony's mumbling. A genius, philanthropist, playboy, the boss of Stark Industries, although a little cynical, but not a bad guy. At most, he's a little arrogant. Tony was relieved when he heard this. As long as he's not considered a bad guy, it's fine. Suddenly, he was stunned again. Arrogant? What a joke. When was I arrogant? Dude, I know you're great, but you don't know me. I don't accept the word arrogance. Peter smiled slightly and sat opposite Tony Stark. He wanted to do something pretentious, such as pouring himself a glass of red wine. Then he suddenly remembered that he was wearing a mask and couldn't drink it even if he poured it. Isn't it arrogant to mock a kind-hearted young man as a liar? Tony, do you think that everyone in the world is just like the girl you slept with, all for your money? Tony was shocked beyond words. Oh my God, is this still a human? How could he know so much? Could it be that he has spies in the company? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. After all, this happened only an hour ago. No. Impossible. No one can monitor my company under my nose, so there is only one possibility left. That is, the high school student who was just regarded as a liar knows the mafia in front of him, and they have a close relationship. Maybe he asked the high school student to come and remind him. Tony was quick-witted and quick-thinking and felt that this was very likely. Okay, I admit that I was a little arbitrary in this matter. He shrugged his shoulders. But it's not my fault. After all, you have to understand the difficulties of a billionaire. I don't know how many people are staring at my money every day. Although I am not short of money, I can't let people get it for free, right? But I do have to apologize for this matter. It's a pity that I don't know who the kid is. Midtown Science and Technology High School, Peter said lightly. What? Tony was stunned for a moment. Peter explained, the kid is from Midtown Science and Technology High School. His family is poor and his grades are among the best in the school. After listening, Tony confirmed his thoughts again. Sure enough, the mafia in front of him knew the high school student. The reason he came here was to help the kid get back his place. Tony made an okay gesture. I will apologize. Peter nodded. Turning around and leaving, he didn't plan to interfere too much in Tony's affairs. According to the normal plot, Tony would become Iron Man, and it would be bad if he ruined this plot. Are you leaving now? Do you want to have dinner together? I usually don't eat alone with men. If you don't mind, I can call a few girls with good figures. You should keep it for yourself. Just then there was a knock on the door. Happy walked over directly. Boss, the restaurant has been booked. Tony's attention was distracted, and when he reacted, the mafia in front of him had disappeared. Tony waved his hand. Forget it, Happy, the dinner is cancelled. Help me find Obadiah, I have something to talk to him about face to face. Tony has been engaged in engineering research in the company, and never cares about sales. Obadiah is responsible for all of it. The weapons on the Rhino Man are inseparable from him. This matter is very serious and must be handled properly. Peter returned home in a good mood. Great. It's great to see the high-ranking billionaire get humiliated. Originally, Peter planned to continue wandering in the dark night of New York to punish those bad guys and earn points. But there is an important class in school tomorrow. The school invited a highly respected doctoral professor to teach them. Otto Octavian the next morning, George sent Peter and Gwen to Midtown Tech High School. The two got out of the police car, which was quite eye-catching. Especially Gwen, who had so many men wanting to date her. In comparison, Peter was a little transparent. However, during this period, Peter had become much stronger and taller, and most importantly, he had taken off the glasses that sealed his appearance. He gained the attention of many girls. In the past, whether in class or in school clubs, Peter was the one who was not easily noticed. Now it is completely different. When we were having dinner yesterday, a girl took the initiative to approach him and asked for Peter's contact information. However, in Gwen's almost threatening eyes, Peter did not give it. At this moment on campus, a black short-haired, sturdy boy in a baseball uniform looked at the two with an ugly expression. In the whole school, there are only two people who like this style. One is Flash Thompson and the other is him, Dees Duke. As a rich second-generation student who transferred from Gotham, he fell in love with Gwen hopelessly when he saw her almost as soon as he entered the campus. However, in the face of his pursuit, Gwen never paid attention to him. Even Gwen's father had a friendly conversation with him, so he could only pay attention to Gwen secretly. The person he hated most in the whole school was Peter. Anyone would feel unhappy to be so close to his goddess, but Dis didn't take it to heart. After all, Peter was too thin and weak. Apart from being good at studying, he had almost no advantages. Moreover, his family was poor and his family still had a mortgage, so he didn't regard Peter as a competitor at all. But it's different now. Peter's temperament has changed completely. It seems that he has become very popular with girls. Dis became more and more angry as he looked at him. For a moment, blood rushed to his head. He picked up a baseball bat and aimed the baseball at Peter's head. As long as he was gone, there would be no one to compete for Gwen. Dis was very good at baseball and almost never missed a shot. Peter and Gwen rushed to the teaching building, talking and laughing. Have you heard that a university professor seems to be coming to give a lecture today? Yeah, he has a lot of research on controlled nuclear fusion. At this moment, Gwen and Peter spider telepathy at the same time. Bang. Peter firmly grabbed the flying baseball and threw it back fiercely. Dis, who did not react in time, was hit dizzy. He covered his eyes and said fiercely, "Wait and see, Peter, poor guy. My father is a rich man with an annual income of 500,000. You can't compete with my Peter." Peter rolled his eyes at him, and in front of him he held Gwen's hand, interlocking their fingers. Gwen was stunned for a moment, a blush appeared on her face, and then she cooperated very well and stuck to Peter. In his heart he complained, this damn desire to win for men. Dis was so angry that his face turned pale and he turned around and left quickly. Peter also let go of his hand. "Good Peter, you always take advantage of me," Gwen said angrily. "What do you mean by always?" "Besides, I'm helping you, okay? Help me," Peter nodded. "Help you get rid of Dis's harassment." "Gwen, do you think I'm a fool? I don't believe it." The relationship between the two is quite good. Although they often quarrel in daily life, it is more like a crazy joke between lovers. When they came to the classroom, at the moment was already full of people. This class is a student elective class, and the students of Midtown Science and Technology High School are still eager for knowledge. However, when the bell rang, it was not Otto Octavian who came. It was the principal, who was middle-aged and had a receding hairline. The principal looked very happy, as if he had won the lottery. "Dear students, Dr. Otto has canceled today's class because of something urgent." As soon as this was said, everyone was visibly disappointed. The principal changed the subject and continued with a surprised tone. "But there is another good news. Stark Industries, the famous businessman, Mr. Tony Stark, decided to invest in the construction of Midtown Science and Technology High School. $1 million will be given to the students with the best grades as a reward." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Peter. Almost everyone in the high school knew that Peter had been the first in the school for 3 consecutive years. He also participated in the mathematical Olympiad and won a good ranking for the school. "Peter, come up," the principal said excitedly. At the moment, Peter was already confused. He had never thought that this incident would happen. How could it be? Last night he revealed his school just to make Tony apologize and put down his arrogance. Unexpectedly, the other party refused to apologize and gave him $1 million. This was not what Peter expected at all. "Come up, Peter," the principal said excitedly. Peter walked up to the podium in a daze. The principal continued, "Now let's welcome Tony Stark," with the warmest applause. The students in the classroom were so excited that a round of applause broke out. Tony, wearing a casual suit, walked in from outside the classroom. "Is this youth? I'm so glad to see you." Tony Stark waved to the students in the classroom, but to be honest, he wasn't interested. "If it weren't for the mafia, if it weren't for Peter, he wouldn't be here. I didn't believe that knowledge could change fate before, but now I do. Please keep working hard. Don't let Peter take the $1 million scholarship next year." After that, he took out a bank card from his pocket. He looked at Peter and patted his shoulder. "You deserve it. I think we should go out and talk about, how you spend this scholarship." The people in the classroom showed different emotions. There was envy, regret, and jealousy, but how could they know that the money was originally reserved? Even if Peter was a bad student, the $1 million would fall on his head in other names. "Do you think this is a gift from God?" Wrong, all the gifts of fate have already been secretly marked with a price. Among the many students, Gwen is undoubtedly the happiest one. She is really happy for Peter. As the daughter of the New York police commissioner, Gwen's family is naturally not short of money. George even thought about sponsoring Peter's schooling, but Gwen stopped him. She was mainly afraid that Peter would not be able to hold his head up in front of him in the future and would become inferior. Which boy would not care about face? Now this $1 million is in Peter's hands, which can greatly alleviate. No, it is to completely solve the economic crisis of the Parker family. Dis was dumbfounded when he heard the news. Just now he said that his father was a wealthy man with an annual income of $500,000. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, Peter became a millionaire. This is unfair. Why? Now Dis can't compete with Peter at all. Originally, only the superior family background could suppress Peter. Now he is completely useless in front of Peter. His grades are worse than Peter's, his looks are worse than Peter's, his physical fitness is not as good as Peter's, and now even his wealth is not as good as Peter's. Dis knew that he could no longer compete with Peter for Gwen, unless kill this guy, and Dis just happens to have this ability. He is from Gotham and knows a gangster boss whom people call Penguin. When he was not the boss, Dis happened to help him. Now it is time for him to repay this favor. Dis has already made up his mind. He will take a bus to Gotham tomorrow night. At this moment, Peter and Tony are in another classroom. Mr. Stark, thank you very much. Peter said this quite sincerely. He has been trying to make more money, but he can't get much money from street criminals every day. This million solved all his urgent needs. With this money, Uncle Ben doesn't have to drive a taxi after get off work, and Aunt May doesn't have to cry because of customer complaints. Everything will be better. Sure enough, the only way to solve everything is to pay back the money. You young man, you are really good at pretending. Peter. What am I pretending? You must know that Mafia. After you left yesterday, he came to me, obviously to help you save face. It's amazing that you have contact with such people. I was shocked and thought that my true identity was discovered. Peter had made up his mind long ago that he would never reveal his true identity. Even if he became the Silver Superman one day, he would not reveal it. After all, the enemy could easily kidnap his family and friends and threaten him with their lives. After hearing what Tony said, Peter was no longer low-key. Okay, I do know him. I've known him for a while. Let me guess, did he say you were arrogant? Tony lost the desire to communicate for a moment. He said he was arrogant, but where was he arrogant? Just then his cell phone rang. It was Obadiah who opened it. Tony answered the call. Hello, I'm not in the company right now. I have something important to discuss. I'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Tony patted Peter on the shoulder. Listen, Peter, don't let your mysterious friend come again. When he showed up yesterday, he almost gave me a heart attack. But you're welcome to visit Stark Industries anytime. We can exchange experiences in picking up girls. After that, Tony left directly. He drove back to the Stark Industries building. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Obadiah, who was bald and bearded. At the moment, Tony didn't know that this business partner of his father was the ironmonger who was going to kill him in the future. Obadiah smiled. Oh, Tony, I'm still out there dealing with business. You called me back so urgently. There must be something important, right? Tony threw a few photos directly on the table. The photos above were taken by Rod of the Rhino mech weapon disassembly. I've been feeling relieved with you for so many years, but what's going on? Why did the weapons I developed appear in places other than the military? Someone used weapons produced by Stark Industries and killed many people. I need an explanation. I can explain. Obadiah had already thought of his explanation the moment he saw the photo. He knew Tony's bottom line clearly. In many moments in the past, he had mentioned intentionally or unintentionally selling weapons produced by Stark Industries to other places. In other words, only by expanding sales channels can more money be made. But Tony always refused. This made him dissatisfied, but it was not to the point of falling out. He sold arms to customers in the Middle East without Tony's knowledge, sold to Osborne Company. Who would have thought that this matter would end so quickly? Tony, you know me, I am a friend of your parents. I am not just a business partner but a real good friend. Your father died very early. I watched you grow up. I know your character. I have been with you longer than my son. I will not touch anything you don't want to do. Obadiah played the emotional card right from the start, first calming Tony's emotions and then said, Stark Industries and Osborne have cooperated for many years and are business partners. Some time ago, people in their company wanted to study military industry. I didn't think much and gave them some. Such an inhumane thing happened, which was beyond my expectation. Tony, I promise you that such a thing will not happen again in the future. Tony Stark sighed and adjusted his emotions. Sorry, I was too excited. Now terminate the cooperation with Osborne Company. In the future, I will personally review every arms sale. Obadiah was stunned for a moment and waved his hands repeatedly. No, there's no need for that. We'll do it the same way as before. You'll be in charge of inventions, I'll be in charge of sales. We'll have a clear division of labor and we'll strive to take the company to the next level. Tony poured himself a glass of red wine. Yes, it will be the same in the future, but I'll just have to look at the list. Don't think too much. I have a date tonight. Do you want to come along? I can introduce you to a female model with a nice figure, but whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you. I don't think it's a big problem. After all, you're the second in command of Stark Industries. Obadiah smiled bitterly. Forget it. Dating is the right of young people. I'm old and I don't have enough money. Okay then. Tony drank the wine in the glass and left the office. Bang, Obadiah punched the desk. Number 2. Tony, you forced me to do this. You obviously have the most talented mind, but you always have trouble with money. When your father died, I had the ability to let this company belong to me. Even now, I have this ability. Obadiah immediately made a phone call. Hello, it's me. I will let him visit the military area in a while. You must seize the opportunity and don't let him come back alive. At this moment, Queen's Ben Parker's house. Uncle Ben, who had just entered the door, took off his coat and looked at Peter on the sofa. Peter, what happened? If I take this half-day leave, I'm afraid I won't get the full attendance award this month. Peter smiled and said, then just quit your job. By the way, Uncle Ben, you haven't traveled with Aunt May for a long time, right? Just go on a trip. Uncle Ben looked at Peter with a confused look on his face, and then looked at May. Did this child take the wrong medicine? Aunt May shook her head. I don't know, it was like this when he came back. Peter asked the two to sit down and then took out a bank card. What is this? My scholarship. Ben looked at Peter with relief. I'm so proud of you, Peter, you're really great. But this money belongs to you, keep it, it will be just right for your college tuition in the future. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were very relieved, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, in their impression, the school's scholarships were not much money. Peter smiled bitterly. This money is enough for our family to live for a long time and we don't have to work. I also promise that I can make more money before this money is spent. So Peter, how much money is in the card? 1 million. Oh, 1 million. What, how much did you say? Uncle Ben, who is always calm, became quite uncalm. He looked at Peter with a shocked face. Peter, how is this possible? Aunt May was terrified. She had never heard of a school giving students a scholarship of 1 million. Surprised, she was actually worried whether Peter had taken a detour. It's true. This is a special grant from Stark Industries to outstanding students, which is a kind of incentive. Ben immediately took out his phone. He still couldn't believe that there was such a good thing that fell from the sky. After calling the director of Midtown High School of Science and Technology, he finally believed what Peter said, but he still couldn't believe it. 1 million. How much money would that be? Ben sat next to Peter with a relieved and sincere expression on his face. I'm sorry, Peter, I shouldn't doubt you. But this is really unbelievable. Uncle Ben, you don't have to apologize. Instead of apologizing, think about more important things. What? Like how to spend this money? That afternoon, Ben Parker took his wife to the bank. They paid off the mortgage that they had been carrying for more than 20 years. They also bought steaks that they usually couldn't afford to eat at the supermarket. The mood of the two old people can hardly be described in words. The moment they paid off the loan, they felt 10 years younger. Peter, I'm proud of him. Aunt May took Ben's arm and smiled on her charitable face. Uncle Ben nodded. Okay, we can't spend the rest of the money. We have already spent a lot of money to pay off the loan. The rest of the money can't be touched. Peter still needs money to go to college, which is probably a big expense. And he has to fall in love, and it's time to fall in love. If his love object is Gwen, we can't treat her badly. We have to buy a house in the future. Peter, who was still at home, had never thought that the two elders would consider so much. If he had known earlier, he should have spent a lot of money to buy all the messy things first. Uncle Ben and Aunt May are so frugal. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The person who came was Gwen. What are you doing? Peter was a little surprised. Gwen, with short golden hair, was holding a bunch of sunflowers and a large bucket of chocolate-flavored Haagen-Dazs. Congratulations on finally getting rid of the hard days. Gwen showed a bright and playful smile. As the only daughter of the director, even if Gwen wanted the stars in the sky, George would find a way to help her pick them. Her life can be said to be quite wealthy. She has a whole refrigerator of Haagen-Dazs ice cream that ordinary people can't afford. She usually doesn't give it to Peter, not because she is stingy, but because she is afraid that Peter will feel inferior with her. Gwen always takes care of Peter's emotions in some small things and details. Now, Peter is already a millionaire. She doesn't have to deliberately wear some cheap clothes. This flavor of ice cream is my favorite, try it. Peter scooped a spoonful and put it in his mouth. Well, it tastes really good. You're so nice to me. Gwen smiled slightly and asked in a questioning tone. Do you say that to every girl? Peter quickly denied it. No, why would you ask that? Gwen snorted, liar. Not long ago she came here as Spider-Woman. Although she was applying medicine to her, she also had close contact. Before leaving, she couldn't help but kiss Peter. Peter never said these things. It feels really bad to cheat on yourself. Peter seemed to have noticed what Gwen was thinking, so he said, "There is indeed something I forgot to tell you. You know Spider-Woman on TV news? We met some time ago. She was injured and I bandaged her." "Ah, is she in good shape?" "Peter." "Gwen, you really are. She should be fine. I was focusing on her wound at the time, so I didn't have time to pay attention to her figure." While the two were chatting, the news was being broadcast on TV, discussing about the Battle of the Rhino yesterday. This incident caused quite a panic. Because Rhino died so tragically, there was hardly a piece of good meat on his body. His body was released without code, which made many people feel physically uncomfortable. Many people even began to sympathize with Rhino, saying that criminals should be punished by law and lynching should not be tolerated. The voices of this group of people were mostly the result of fueling the flames, but Peter didn't care. At the same time, the media also gave Peter a resounding name. Called Punisher, Gwen watched the news about the Punisher on TV, watching it intently. "Why, Gwen, you care about this Punisher, don't you like him?" "Like? How is that possible? But I can't say I hate him. After all, he is also a good fighter against crime, but his methods are too extreme. Many times he doesn't have to kill people. I think the Batman who appeared in Gotham last year is very good. He never kills people and leaves everything to the police." Gwen really doesn't hate the Punisher, mainly because he killed Rhino, which is a disguised way of helping her get revenge. But she couldn't accept the other party's behavior. Too extreme, too violent. Compared with him, the New York police, who are known for their violence, are like a well-behaved elementary school student. "Is that so?" Peter nodded and said nothing more. "One day Gwen will understand that she is right. Okay, I won't stay any longer. By the way, my father invited you to my house for dinner, Lemon Sea Bass." Peter nodded. "Of course, I have something to deal with now." "What is it?" "I won't tell you." 5 minutes later, Peter changed into his combat uniform. 6 minutes later, Peter appeared in a luxurious villa 12 kilometers away. There was something that he thought more and more wrong. This morning, the opponent's baseball strength was clearly intended to kill him. If Peter was still that ordinary person, it is not impossible for him to become a vegetable after being hit in the head by that ball. So even if Dis is an ordinary person, even if the threat to Peter is small, he cannot be kept. No matter how small the threat is, it is still a threat. Only when it is resolved, it is safe. At this moment, Dis was sitting in his bedroom. Because his parents were both businessmen, they were often on business trips, and he was the only one in the huge house. In the bedroom, Dis looked at the portrait of Gwen hanging on the wall with a gentle expression on his face. Ever since he saw Gwen for the first time, he fell deeply in love with this girl with short golden hair. So much so that he often visited Gwen's social accounts. Dis took out his mobile phone and clicked on Gwen's account again. His eyes changed from expectation to frustration and then to rage. He threw the phone on the floor angrily. The screen of the phone was broken. This was the third phone he had broken this month. A photo was displayed on the broken screen. Gwen and Peter leaned close together, holding a bucket of chocolate-flavored Haagen-Dazs ice cream together. "This is not fair. This is not fair." Dis's eyes were about to burst into fire. "Peter, damn Peter, why does Gwen only have a special liking for you? Every time I walk by her, she doesn't even look at me." Dis held back his anger and picked up his phone. He immediately dialed a number. Soon the call was connected and a thin man wearing a monocle appeared in it. His nose was quite sharp and his appearance was very distinctive. At first glance it was very funny. "Hey Dis, my friend, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Oswald, there is indeed something I need your help with. Because of a madman who condoned crime, the crime rate in Gotham has only increased, and the Penguin is the product of the City of Sin. His real name is Oswald Cabot. Because of his miserable childhood, he vowed to become the strongest man and the king above everyone else. But because of his physical defects, he suffered humiliation. In a gang fight, he was rescued by Dis's father. Now Oswald has become a well-known gang leader in Gotham. This is why Dis asked him for help. I like a girl, but that girl doesn't like me. Her heart is won by another man. Dis's eyes became more and more fierce. Oswald, I need you to help me kill him. As long as he dies, I will definitely get the girl's heart. If we have a wedding one day, I will invite you. After hearing this, the penguin was silent for a second. Dis, my mother often told me that a woman will fall in love with a person in an instant, or she will never love him in this life, even if they usually share a bed. Oswald disinterrupted him. The tone was very tough. Oswald, it was my father who saved you. Without him, you would not be where you are today, so now it's time for you to repay. On the other side of the screen, although the penguin was unhappy, he still nodded dangerously. Dis, my friend, I will repay this favor. Now tell me the name of that man. Dis's eyes lit up. His name is... Bang! With a thud, Dis's expression froze and his head hit the computer desk. A large pool of blood flowed out, flowing onto the computer desk and onto the ground. Dis was dead and couldn't be deader. Peter put away the gun and the system prompt sounded. You have punished the marked criminal and received 100 points. Hey, worthless thing. He had seen Dis's performance just now and there was no psychological burden to kill him. He deserved to die. The penguin on the other side of the screen was shocked. The person who was talking to him just now died alive at this moment. He was shocked. Who are you? You killed my friend. What? Oswald, you want to accompany him? Faced with the naked threat, the penguin's anger was aroused. No matter what, he is a boss of the Gotham underground organization. Being threatened by Peter like this, he naturally had to fight back. FXXK, you killed my friend. I will find you. I will sink you in the water and drown. Peter chuckled. You should be glad that I'm not in Gotham. The penguin laughed in anger. Why you want to come and kill me? Even Gordon can't do anything to me. Do you think you can touch me? I live in Gotham City, Villa 43, Chamlanka Street. There are 20 people guarding outside my house. Can you come and kill me? Hey, why don't you speak? After saying this, the penguin found that there was no sound on the screen. He didn't seem to be satisfied with his scolding and slammed the table angrily. However, Dis's death made him feel relieved. He was a grateful person. Since he owed a favor, he had to pay it back. But Dis was dead, so he didn't need to go to New York. He hasn't even established a foothold in Gotham yet. If he goes to New York now, he might offend the local forces. The risk is too great. The penguin hung up the phone. Suddenly, a gust of air blew into the room. He subconsciously looked at the window, but the window was closed. Strange. Hummed. Just then a voice sounded. Penguin looked over and his whole body felt his scalp tingling. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Penguin's eyes widened. Wang de fa. The penguin subconsciously began to look for a gun. This was an unthinking reaction. Life from childhood to adulthood told him that only with a weapon in hand could he ensure his safety. He suddenly grabbed the pistol and pointed it at Peter's head. You, who are you? What conspiracy did you play? Don't treat me as an idiot. You can't have come to Gotham from New York in an instant. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Peter didn't care. I seem to be surprised to see you here. Didn't you ask me to come over on the phone just now? In Peter's eyes, ordinary people without super abilities or special abilities are not threatening at all. Even if the penguin shoots, Peter has at least 3 ways to avoid it. The penguin is doubtful. There are indeed super abilities in this world. Superman and Homelander are the best proof, but he doesn't believe that the guy in front of him who is dressed like the mafia of the last century also has super abilities. Hey, don't be so arrogant. This must be a scam. You have been lying in ambush in my house from the beginning. Tell me, what is your purpose? Peter snorted. Whatever you think, you just need to understand one thing. You will see your brain soon. The penguin was furious. No one had dared to talk to him like this for a long time. Really, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I am the one holding the gun now. In the next second, I can blow your head off. Normally, Peter would not talk nonsense, but today he got $1 million, which made him in a good mood, and he even talked a lot more than usual. Peter walked in front of the penguin. I'll make a bet with you that there is no bullet in your gun. The penguin, who felt his authority was offended many times, couldn't bear it anymore at this moment. He pulled the trigger hard at Peter's head. There was only a click. Nothing happened. The penguin seemed to be struck by lightning and swallowed nervously. How is this possible? I clearly remember that there were bullets in it. How could it be possible? This is unscientific. What? Are you dumbfounded? Peter said in a tough tone. He knocked the penguin to the ground with one punch. Can you be a gangster boss like this? You don't even know if there are bullets in your gun. What's the use of a gun in your hand? Answer me. Peter had taken out the magazine from the penguin's pistol when he entered the penguin's room just now, but because of the rabbit spell the speed was too fast, so the penguin didn't notice it. Oswald fell to the ground, his pupils shrank into needles, and the whole person was almost unable to speak because of fear. But after all, he had experienced several death crises, so he quickly adjusted. If you want to live, you have to beg for mercy. He knelt directly in front of Peter. Sir, forgive me, I apologize to you. I'll lick your shoes. He crawled over and was about to stick out his tongue. Peter kicked him away. Now he finally understood how cool it was for Yan Shuiying to show off. At this moment, Peter has lost his patience. Convict Oswald of... The word guilty has not been spoken yet. The system's voice sounded first. Side quest starts can be rejected. Villain superheroes can also have their own forces and form their own teams. Complete the mission and get special rewards. Villain superheroes are walking between light and darkness, and it is a bit redundant to form their own forces. Reject the mission and get special rewards. Peter. There are benefits on both sides, right? The penguin is still begging for mercy. Sir, you can do whatever you want, I still have a mother to support. Please let me go. Peter looked at the penguin. It's not impossible to leave your life. But you have to work for me. The penguin was overjoyed and knelt on the ground to thank Peter crazily. Normally, I won't look for you. You still have the final say in your gang. 2 requirements. First, how you fight the gang is your own business. You can't hurt civilians. The penguin nodded repeatedly. I don't usually hurt civilians. Peter continued. Second, always pay attention to Gotham's every move. Report to me once a month and I will come to you when the time comes. The penguin quickly agreed. Don't worry, sir, I will never let you down. Peter hummed and threw a few bullets to the penguin. Oswald, load the bullets now and shoot at my head. What? The penguin doubted his ears. You heard it right, do what I said. The penguin neatly loaded the bullets into the magazine and then loaded it. As a gangster boss in Gotham, he didn't want to be controlled by others. This is what you said, you are looking for death, it has nothing to do with me. Go to hell, he shouted in his heart and then pulled the trigger. Ka ka ka. Continuously pulling the trigger, but not even a bullet was fired. The passive skill of the bulletproof head takes effect. The penguin was completely dumbfounded. If he was still a little dissatisfied just now, he was terrified now. This man is so scary. All thoughts of resistance disappeared in this moment when he reacted and wanted to compliment Peter. He was the only one left in the room. Scary. This man is the scariest person I have ever seen. The penguin's head was already oozing with sweat. He sat down on the ground in despair. Oswald the penguin sat on the ground, feeling terrified. The man wearing a coat and a mask who looked like a member of the mafia from the last century was definitely the most terrifying guy he had ever seen. Pistols and bullets were useless to him, and what was the matter with this weird speed? He disappeared in an instant. The dozen or so brothers outside couldn't find him at all. The penguin was completely desperate, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. This means that the other party can come to him at any time and kill him easily. When an enemy who is equally matched with you is temporarily in the upper hand, what you have to do is to surrender, and you may win by striking back. But when your opponent is a person who can destroy everything without any effort, what you have to do is to bow your head, even if you are a little flattering. The most important thing is to survive. At this moment in the heart of the penguin, Peter is such a terrifying existence. In comparison, Batman, the emerging hero in Gotham, is simply Angel. At least you can survive if you are caught by him. It's only a matter of time before he is sent to prison and released. The calmed penguin couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn this. It's all because of you. Otherwise, how could I have provoked such a scary guy? At this moment, Peter's voice rang in the room. Who are you calling scary? The penguin shuddered as if he was stressed. In the blink of an eye, he saw Peter, who had returned. Sir, why are you back again? Peter chuckled. I just released you, and now I regret it. As soon as these words came out, the stone in the penguin's heart floated up again. Dense sweat soaked his head again. He knew that if the other party wanted to kill him, he had no ability to resist. Even if he could survive today, what should he do tomorrow? Haha, don't be nervous, I'm just joking. Huh. The corner of the penguin's mouth twitched. This joke was not funny at all. He wiped the sweat from his head and forced a smile. He laughed dryly. You are such a humorous person. Peter's voice became serious and he patted Penguin on the shoulder. Oswald, I know you. You are not to blame for your childhood misfortune. You have no choice but to take this path today. But it's different now. You can get everything you want by working for me. When necessary, you can ask me for help when you encounter problems that you can't solve. However, it's best not to do this unless necessary. My time is precious. Peter, who is well versed in the art of drawing cakes, said these words quite fluently. No matter whether it can be realized in the future, it is definitely right to draw the cake today. This is also a necessary means to increase Oswald's loyalty to himself. Deterrence alone is not enough. You must give some sweetness to make others willing to work for you. Don't ask him why he knows so much, just ask that he met such a boss in his previous life. People, after all, live like what they hate. Penguin was deeply moved when he heard Peter's words. People with a lot of suffering in their hearts need so much care and love to fill him up. The answer is, a little bit. Penguin couldn't control his emotions for a moment and had an impulse to cry. He felt that the person in front of him didn't seem so scary. On the contrary, he should be a good person. He had offended him before, but he not only didn't kill him but also accepted him as his younger brother. He had already left, but he came back to say this to me. He is really a good person. If it were me, if I had such a strong power, I would probably not be so tolerant to others. Penguin took a deep breath and said to Peter seriously, Sir, I, Oswald, will be your man from now on, at your disposal. This speech, like a knight's oath, showed his sincerity. Peter suddenly doubted himself. No, are you pretending? Or do I really have the ability to fool people? Does Oswald have Stockholm Syndrome? It's outrageous. Peter smiled and continued. Work hard with my protection. No one will bully you in the future. Unfortunately, I'm a little injured now. When I recover. He didn't continue, leaving Penguin with endless room for imagination. Penguin swallowed his saliva, his eyes flashed. Could it be that you are more powerful than Superman? Peter said lightly, Superman, it's nothing great. Oswald, open your horizons. If you only have this kind of knowledge, it will be difficult to entrust you with important tasks in the future. Penguin felt dizzy. In his worldview, Superman is undoubtedly the strongest existence. Could it be that the gentleman in front of him is more powerful than Superman? Yes, it's very possible. Superman will not be hurt if the bullet hits him, but the gentleman in front of him, the bullet can't hit him at all. So, he may be more powerful than Superman. What luck did I have today? I actually met such a big shot. Penguin suddenly felt that the future was bright. Your loyalty will bring you huge amounts of benefits in the future. Peter was about to leave after he finished speaking. He glanced and accidentally saw a gift box. Oswald, what is this? This is a locally brewed red wine which is a few years old. I am going to give it to someone. Peter picked up the red wine gift box. This is your meeting gift. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. The penguin nodded quickly. It is my honor, sir. Peter disappeared in the next second, and a few minutes later Peter appeared at his home in Queens, New York. Uncle Ben and Aunt May had returned from outside at this moment. Originally, the family of three planned to have a sumptuous steak together, but George just came over and invited him again, so the dinner tonight will be at their house. Peter changed his clothes and was about to leave with the red wine gift box. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Complete the side quest. Get a special reward. You can choose one of the following 4 options. Strength strengthening permanent. Endurance strengthening permanent. Rabbit spell usage rights are upgraded and will be permanently upgraded in 3 months. Gumfruit attention, choose the gumfruit. Based on the setting, you will not be afraid of the sea water. Unlock the hidden achievement, Oswald's loyalty. A person's misfortune stems from his childhood. Penguin is undoubtedly a demon who kills without blinking an eye, but you conquered him with your personal charm. Get reward bull spell. Ox spell usage rights 3 months. The bull spell can increase your endurance and strength exponentially. Even an ant with no power can become an elephant. Long-term task, collection of zodiac signs. I have nothing missing 2/12. Peter's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the reward this time to be so generous. First of all, he ruled out strength strengthening and endurance strengthening. Just before going to Gotham, he bought these 2 strengthening potions in the Points Mall. Otherwise, even if he had the rabbit spell, he couldn't run to Gotham in one breath. But now there is the Bull Talisman, which will give the holder constant power. Although it can only be used for 3 months, it is enough. Peter is confident that within 3 months he can accumulate 200,000 points and redeem the Homelander template. As for the rubber fruit, the user's body toughness increases, the arm can be stretched several meters, and even if it is hit by a bullet, it can bounce back. And there is no sea stone in this world, and there is almost nothing that can restrain the devil fruit except sea water. But I always feel that this thing is not cost-effective. At this stage, the rabbit talisman is Peter's biggest help. Maybe if you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to get a permanent one. And Peter has a vague feeling that Homelander is very fast and the speed of the rabbit talisman is also very fast. Homelander uses the rabbit talisman, maybe there will be a 1+1 effect. I choose the rabbit talisman permanent. The next second, the rabbit talisman hanging on someone else's neck disappeared and turned into dots of white light flowing into his body. Now he can use the rabbit talisman more easily. The bull talisman inexplicably appeared in Peter's hand. After getting his mood in order, Peter prepared to go to Gwen's house next door for dinner. The system prompt sounded again without warning. The popularity section is open. You have won the recognition of the public, from unknown to famous. The name of the Punisher is the proof of your success. Get 5,000 bonus points. Your accumulated points are 21,350. Please keep working hard. What an unexpected gain! The reason why Peter was so cowardly before was entirely because he felt that with his current strength, he didn't have the capital to waste. From the experience of playing games, once you waste, it's easy to lose, but now it seems that some large criminal groups can also be targeted, for example, Kingpin. Punishing the criminals under his command will definitely get a lot of points. Forget it, let's talk about the future later. Peter washed his face and went downstairs to knock on the door of his neighbor Gwen's house. Hey Peter, you're late. Gwen had obviously been waiting at the door for a long time, otherwise she wouldn't have opened the door the moment it was knocked. Peter shook the red wine in his hand. Gotham specialty, I just went to Gotham. Gwen let Peter in, get ready for dinner. Gwen's mother shouted at the door in the restaurant, I'm here. At this moment, George was complaining to Uncle Ben. Now the pressure from above is very high. Not only do we have to punish the guys who violate the law and make trouble, but we also have to catch the Punisher and Spider-Woman. God, how come New York suddenly has these 2 difficult guys? Ben, you don't know what kind of pressure I'm under now. While talking, they saw Peter and Gwen, and tacitly ended the topic. Sit down quickly. George smiled and said to Ben, you really have a good nephew. Just relying on excellent grades, he has obtained wealth that many people can't get in their lifetime. You are a great hero tonight. As the chief of the police station, George has much more experience and knowledge than ordinary people. He saw early on that Peter would be very successful in the future, which is why he did not object to Peter and Gwen getting close. But he never expected that this kid could actually get $1 million in high school with excellent grades. Peter smiled slightly, and his attention was all on the things in front of him. A steamed sea bass with a lemon on the fish head and a small piece of bread on the side. Oh my God, who is your delicacy? The degree of viciousness is second only to the 9-turn large intestine. Isn't the fish stewed in an iron pot delicious? George fell into sorrow again after a brief joy. Recently, he has been tortured by the Punisher and Spider-Woman. These 2 guys are simply demons. It would be great if all young people wanted to be like Peter and Gwen. To be fair, if George was an ordinary person, she would not hate the Punisher and Spider-Woman. It's just that the butt determines the head. He is the chief of the New York Police Department, and someone above is constantly putting pressure on him. I really hope that Punisher and Spider-Woman go to other cities to do some activities. Such self-righteous guys shouldn't exist in the world. Every time Gwen heard George say this, she would always look a little disappointed. As the daughter of the police chief, he just hopes that his father can work less hard. If she catches one more person, her father will have less hardship. Gwen's expression is very subtle, but it can't escape Peter's eyes. He exhaled and said, Uncle George, although their appearance is not in line with the law, it cannot be denied that the crime rate in New York has dropped a lot now. Before criminals do bad things, they should consider whether there will be a gun on their heads later. George looked at Peter in surprise. For a long time in the past, he had always expected Peter to become a policeman. After all, he is the chief. If Peter chooses this path, he can provide him with huge amounts of help. So George often talks about these topics with Peter, but Peter has never been interested. What happened today? George shook his head. No, Peter, you don't understand the situation here. That Punisher, he's too crazy. His methods are simply outrageous. Just yesterday, he tortured the Rhino to death in front of me. Too extreme. If he was more gentle like Batman, there would be less controversy in public opinion. Like Batman. Peter shook his head and did not argue with George about this matter. Then, Uncle George, what is your attitude towards Spider-Woman? She is gentle and will not execute criminals. At most, she will hang the criminals with cobwebs. Perhaps the New York police can consider cooperating with Spider-Woman. After all, it is better to let superability people deal with those superability criminals. Just like the Rhino, the police can't hurt him even if they empty the magazine. Only superability people can deal with superability people. Peter's words made George silent. He really didn't think about the police cooperating with superability people. However, he really didn't like this guy who despised the law. Peter, you seem to be optimistic about Spider-Woman. I'm her fan, Peter answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Gwen could no longer control her smile. Dinner was over. Peter and Gwen were chatting on the rooftop. The lights of New York were bright at night. In some relatively safe areas, there were a lot of cars and people on the road. The joyful atmosphere brought vitality to the city. Unfortunately, there were not many such safe areas. Ha ha ha, Peter, I have never seen my father look embarrassed. By the way, do you like Spider-Woman so much? If I say I like you, will you be unhappy? After all, it is a taboo to praise another girl in front of a girl. Don't worry, Peter, I'm not jealous, I'm also her fan. Gwen was extremely excited at the moment. Who is she? She is Spider-Woman. Peter boldly admitted that he liked Spider-Woman. Didn't he just admit that he liked her? It really made her happy and her legs trembled. Peter turned around and looked at Gwen. They were so close that their breaths could spray on each other's faces. Looking at the blonde girl in front of him, she became visibly tired after becoming a superhero. This made him feel distressed. Gwen, I think there is nothing wrong with helping others. If everyone can help others, then everyone will live in a happy society. But the premise of helping others is to live a good life. If a person lives in poverty, then he doesn't need to do charity. Peter. Gwen looked into Peter's eyes and chewed his words over and over in her heart. It felt like Peter seemed to have the ability to see through people's hearts. The life of a superhero really made her feel tired. Too tired, the schoolwork was heavy and she would take the college entrance examination next year. She had to be a superhero every night. It was really hard. Although she was smart, she was much inferior to Peter. For example, the web shooters, she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Perhaps because the moonlight is so beautiful, the cold wind at night makes the temperature between the two people continue to rise. Before putting it on the shelves, I would like to ask for free data. Thank you. With the bull talisman, Peter's figure became more upright. His shoulders were broad, his waist was narrow, and his muscle lines were more obvious. Gwen also noticed this. Peter, what are you doing recently? How come I'm training so hard that I can even participate in the Mr. Bodybuilding competition? Peter smiled slightly, lifted his clothes, and revealed his full abdominal muscles. Ah. Peter, what are you doing? Gwen quickly looked away but still glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally. Her cheeks instantly turned red. Don't pretend, Gwen, you obviously want to see it and even want to come up and touch it. Peter wanted to laugh when he saw Gwen's shy look. He was also willing to tease Gwen from time to time, even if it was to spice up her superhero life. Peter, you look like a gangster who wants girls' phone numbers outside the school. Nonsense, I'm much more handsome than them. The two quarreled as usual, but a different emotion rose in their hearts. For Gwen, this ambiguous relationship with Peter made her quite happy, just like the mutual testing between the male and female protagonists before they officially get together in a TV series. But her personality is more inclined to play straight. I like you and I will express my feelings to you. The reason why she did not express her love for Peter is because of her identity as Spider-Woman. Although Peter said that he was a fan of Spider-Woman, what if he didn't want to be with such a weirdo in his heart? What if Spider-Woman brings danger to Peter? Peter is just an ordinary person and can't deal with danger. Gwen was a little distressed and Peter reached out and hugged her arm. Okay, don't think so much. Let's go, there's still dessert to eat. By the way, who made that lemon sea bass? It's delicious, right? I made it. No wonder it tastes so bad. If you don't know, you would think you are eating Westlake vinegar fish. I can use it for several hours and you actually said it tastes bad. I'll let you taste my cooking skills when I have time another day. Have you heard of fish stewed in an iron pot? The two sang and made noises from the rooftop back to the living room. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, the relationship between the two has improved a lot. Because they are both adults, their relationship is not as pure as when they were young. Intentional or unintentional physical contact indicates that their relationship will undergo a qualitative change in the future. Saturday morning. Peter's high school grades are very good and his physics teacher intends to cultivate him into the path of physics. So he wrote a letter to Otto Octavian of Osborne Enterprises. He hopes to let his students visit his experiments. In this way, Peter's knowledge of physics will increase. Originally, Peter was going to refuse, but after hearing the name Otto Octavian, he hesitated. Maybe this name makes people feel unfamiliar, but his other name is definitely well known, even infamous. Dr. Octopus, a nearly crazy villain, a guy who was brainwashed by the machine he invented. Maybe he can be stopped. Peter left home early in the morning and took a taxi to Osborne Company. He can use the rabbit charm, but there is no need. When it is not necessary, he prefers to act as Peter Parker. Enter Osborne Company. Because of the appointment, the receptionist showed him the floor where Dr. Otto was. Peter entered the elevator and he was the only one inside. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a voice sounded. Please wait a moment. Then a pair of pale hands blocked the door that was about to close. Peter was slightly stunned. The person who came in was none other than the Green Goblin who attacked various schools in New York some time ago. But at this moment, he should be Norman Osborn, who has temporarily regained consciousness. This billionaire boss was so thin that his suit was empty. There was no flesh on his face, as if there was only a layer of skin on his cheeks. He looked at Osborne and Osborne looked at him, then he was slightly stunned. Peter. It's me, Mr. Osborne. I didn't expect you to remember me. Norman Osborn laughed. I definitely remember. You and Harry were classmates in elementary school. You used to have a good relationship and often came to my house to play. I even made apple pie for you. You and Harry haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Peter nodded. Since he transferred to another school in the 3rd grade of elementary school, we haven't been in touch since then. After all, we didn't have our own mobile phones at that time. Norman Osborn laughed. He should be back in a few months and you can meet then. Peter, let's add a contact number and I'll call you when he comes back. Peter was a little surprised but didn't refuse. Although Green Goblin did all kinds of bad things, Norman Osborn was absolutely nothing to say. He was engaged in research in biological sciences and in the medical field. He also spent money to build schools and treated his subordinates and juniors very well. If it weren't for the family's inherited disease, he wouldn't have become like this. It's a pity. Peter didn't have a horse charm, otherwise he would definitely be able to cure him. The moment he was cured was the moment when Green Goblin's personality ended. Because I have to go to work, 5 chapters a day is the limit. I didn't want to update this chapter at first, I was so sleepy, but I said before that 500 flowers will add 1 chapter. After thinking about it, I decided to fulfill my promise. After all, people can't stand without faith. I won't ask for data in the future, I really can't work hard, cack. It's great, Osborne sighed sincerely. What? Peter didn't understand what he meant. Osborne looked at him and smiled and said, it's great to be young. You won't feel tired even if you don't sleep all night. Cherish your time now. Youth is priceless and health is priceless. By the way, what are you doing here? Is it a visit arranged by the school? No, it's not. Peter shook his head. I'm looking for Dr. Otto Octavian. The teacher asked me to learn physics from him. Is that so? I'll go with you. With my company, he will pay more attention to you. After all, I'm his sponsor. Peter nodded and didn't refuse. He couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. I remember that when he watched the movie in his previous life, his feelings for this character were very complicated. To say that he is bad, it seems that he is not completely bad. After all, it is the Green Goblin personality that leads him to do evil. To say that he is good, how can a good person throw a bomb into a crowd? It seems that death is his best salvation. Otherwise, there will only be the torture of two personalities entangled with each other. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The polite entrepreneur in front of him has a demonic personality behind his back. A new task is started, punish Green Goblin. This task has two meanings. 1. Kill Norman Osborne and the task is completed. 2. Kill the Green Goblin personality in Norman Osborne. No matter which ending you achieve, you will get points reward. Reward points are 20,000 points. Attention, schizophrenia patients cannot be completely cured. Even if Green Goblin is killed, he may be reborn. Good luck. Peter scratched his head. Two thoughts intertwined and he couldn't decide for a while, kill or not. If he killed, Peter felt a little guilty, especially at this moment when Osborne was so enthusiastic about him. If he didn't kill, Green Goblin might be resurrected. In his previous life, Peter had seen many movies about Spider-Man. Because of the long interval, some plots have been forgotten, but one scene is particularly memorable. Aunt May of the third-generation Spider-Man was killed by Green Goblin. Keeping him is always a time bomb. There is a risk of explosion at any time. Peter looked at Osborne, who was smiling beside him, and decided to give him the power of choice. 10 days? If Osborne does not continue to make trouble within 10 days, then find a way to get rid of the Green Goblin in his body. If he kills someone, then kill him and leave no future trouble. The elevator door opened. Osborne took Peter out of the elevator. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw Otto Octavian, who was sturdy and had a little baby fat on his face. Osborne! Otto was stunned for a moment, obviously surprised by Osborne's arrival. This is the future Nobel Prize winner. Osborne said humorously, I'm not doing this for the prize. But your research can make a lot of money for the company. After a few polite compliments, Otto's eyes moved to Peter. This is... Oh, let me introduce him. He's Peter, a high school student with pretty good grades. Peter took the initiative to shake hands. Hello, Mr. Otto. The two held hands together. I know why you're here, but I really don't want to waste time on high school students. But Osborne is my sponsor, and your physics teacher is my classmate. So it's an honor, Mr. Parker. You two chat first. Osborne felt a little unwell. It seemed that another of him, the personality of Green Goblin, was about to come out. Osborne hurriedly left Otto's office. Otto looked at Peter and said with the attitude of an elder, I heard from your physics teacher that you are very smart. But I want to tell you that having a good mind is useless. You must work hard to improve yourself. Intelligence is not a privilege but an ability. You should use it to benefit mankind. Peter nodded. He agreed with this view. Although he had killed many people recently and even accumulated 20,000 points, the purpose of doing all this was to make the world a better place. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. It's a pity that someone like Dr. Otto eventually became a big villain. Peter wanted to stop it and do something to change this ending, but the time interval was too long. After all, he had been in this world for 18 years and his memory had long become blurred. He only remembered that Otto was controlled by his mechanical tentacles, but the specific details had long been forgotten. Otto, lunch is ready. Suddenly, a lady came over. Otto smiled and introduced, Peter, this is my wife Rose. This is Peter. I know, the smart one, the one who won a million scholarship. Rose smiled warmly. Come on, kid, your future will definitely surpass Otto. Otto spread his hands. I also received a scholarship, although it was only $500. By the way, is Stark crazy? He actually gave so much money to charity. Peter looked at Rose on the side and couldn't help wondering. In the plot of the first-generation Spider-Man, did Dr. Octopus have a wife? If I had known that I would travel through time, I should have engraved all the plots in my mind, otherwise I wouldn't be like now with only a vague understanding of the plot. Soon Peter's attention was attracted by the huge amounts of machines in the lab. Otto introduced. Isn't it shocking? This is the machine that completes and maintains nuclear integrate. You can also think of it as controlled nuclear fusion. Peter walked towards the machine. You use the harmonic frequency of atoms, which is actually the resonant frequency, to enhance the effect of integrate and generate powerful energy, endless energy. Otto couldn't help but look up to Peter. She thought Peter was a student with good grades, but she didn't expect him to be a genius. The physics knowledge involved in this research is far beyond what high school students can involve. And Peter actually understands it and can even explain the principle. Otto admired this young man very much at this moment. Peter, you really opened my eyes. When I was your age, my grades were also among the best, but I didn't know as much as you. You are too modest, Doctor. Otto looked at the machine in front of him, with a gleam of expectation in his eyes. As long as the experiment succeeds, we can master the constant energy like the sun. Then it will definitely benefit mankind. With endless energy, many wars will be avoided. Lunchtime came in a blink of an eye. Otto invited Peter to have lunch. Peter still felt that he should remind Otto such a person should not become a villain. Sorry, Doctor, do you think you can stabilize the nuclear reaction? Otherwise, what do you think I have been talking about for an hour and a half? This is my life's work. After saying this, Otto teased his wife again. This kid thinks I will blow up the whole of New York. Rose handed a cup of coffee to Peter, smiling and saying, his research is impeccable. You will know when you come to watch the experiment tomorrow. She changed the subject and asked Peter, let's talk about you, young man. Do you have a girlfriend? Ugh. Is the topic changing so quickly? At the same time, Osborne's office. Enough. Norman Osborne was shirtless, and the body reflected in the mirror was pale and thin, quite sick. The expression on his face was sad. It was as if he was begging himself in the mirror. Please, we have harmed a lot of people, we can't go on. Shut up. The Green Goblin in the mirror had a gloomy expression. Are you willing to give up all this reputation, wealth? You saw it just now, Peter's young and strong body. As long as you get the blood of Spider-Woman, you can recover. Think about Harry, think about your son, he is still so young, he has to live. Shut up. Osborne roared, almost collapsed, and when he was exhausted, the expression on his face was completely different from before, becoming hideous and terrifying. Since Spider-Woman won't come out, find a way to force her out. After that, he laughed almost crazy again. At the same time, on the other side of the city, at the door of the police station, there are two people entangled in cobwebs. Needless to say, this must be the work of Spider-Woman. This kind of thing has happened frequently in the past month. Every person caught by Spider-Woman is undoubtedly a criminal, at this moment in a luxurious manner. A man in a white suit who looks extremely fat is sitting on a recliner in front of a villa. He holds a cigar between his fingers. This huge man with only 2% fat in his 350-pound heavy body is called Wilson Fisk. Compared with the ordinary name, another name can suppress the entire New York underworld. Kingpin. Unlike other gang leaders, he does not need so many men to protect him. Because of his childhood experience, he has learned fighting, all kinds of fighting, and his strength can reach the peak of ordinary humans. At least, it is not difficult for him to break a concrete wall with one punch. Kingpin smokes a cigar while looking at the photos on his mobile phone. That is his deceased wife and daughter. Resurrection from the dead is unrealistic, but parallel time and space are very scientific. He has been working with scientists for many years with the goal of opening the door to parallel time and space. By then, he will definitely see his wife and daughter again. Just as Jin Bing was daydreaming, a subordinate hurried over. Jin Bing, damn it, our business has been destroyed again. It's the Punisher and Spider-Woman who are making trouble. With them, our business has suffered a lot of losses. Be patient. As the king of the underworld, Jin Bing will not easily reveal his emotions. I have already thought about how to deal with them. As soon as the voice fell, huge amounts of wind and waves swept down from the sky, blowing waves on the lawn of the entire manor. Huge amounts of machines turned and roared. A man wearing a birdhead mask landed on the lawn. He took off the mask, revealing a gloomy face of a middle-aged man. Jin Bing nodded slightly. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Adrian Toombs, a former electrical engineer. But I think he prefers you to call him by his new name. Vulture Adrian Toombs. He was originally just an electrical engineer. He had a dream of flight since he was a child. For this reason, he conducted countless experiments, but each experiment consumed huge amounts of money, and soon his capital chain was broken. Until a businessman appeared to invest in his experiment. Not long after, Adrian finally made an armor that could fly, just when he wanted to share this good news with the businessman who invested in him. But he found that the other party had taken his scientific research results for himself and sold them to certain countries as military weapons. Adrian didn't want his dream to be built on the pain of war, and the angry businessman reported Adrian for treason, and then he was put in prison. But the businessman didn't find the flight mecha developed by Adrian. It turned out that Adrian had taken the mecha into prison a long time ago. This mecha not only allows Adrian to fly, but also strengthens his endurance, strength, speed, and reaction ability, turning him into a Superman. With this set of equipment, he also successfully escaped from prison, and the businessman who framed him was also cruelly tortured to death by him. After that, he used this equipment to do several horrific secret crushes, and many people died in his hands. Yes, Adrian's temperament changed drastically, and he was addicted to crime and the pleasure of revenge on society. Perhaps Adrian, who couldn't bear to use his scientific research results for war, died the moment he entered prison. And the one who survived was Vulture. Shortly after he was released from prison, Vulture, the king of crime in New York, found him and provided money to upgrade Adrian's equipment. The requirement was to help Kingpin solve a difficult problem. At this moment, Kingpin needed him. The above partly quoted the comic setting. "Mr. Adrian," Kingpin said, "have a good rest. Tomorrow may be your final battle with Spider-Woman and Punisher." Vulture's gloomy eyes swept over Kingpin. "Don't worry, I've seen their videos. A guy who can only swing in the sky, and a guy who can't fly. Fighting with me, they can't even hit me. Don't forget our agreement, Kingpin. If you can't keep your promise, I can't promise to do something to hurt you." Faced with Vulture's threat, King didn't care but smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as you solve them, I will build the best mechanical laboratory in the world for you, and I will also buy weapons produced by Stark Industries to load on your mecha. But the prerequisite is to solve them." Queens, New York? Peter, who came back from Osborne Company, was watching TV with a big bucket of Haagen-Dazs. "If you have money, you must enjoy life." The TV was broadcasting news about Tony Stark. The dignified host explained the whole incident. At present, Tony Stark, the boss of Stark Industries, is still missing. According to relevant experts, he is likely to have died in the hands of terrorists. Peter shrugged his shoulders. This news was expected by him. Tony was backstabbed by his subordinates and was set up. The last time they met, Peter installed a tracker on him. At present, Peter can be said to be the only one who knows Tony's exact location. But considering that Tony wants to become Iron Man, he did not rescue him, or wait until Mark I is built before rescuing him. At this time, Peter suddenly noticed that the System Points Mall was refreshed. Since getting the Bull Talisman, strength potions and endurance potions can no longer be refreshed. Instead, there are flight potions and one-time precognition potions. As the name suggests, the flight potion gains 3 hours of flight ability after use. But the speed of flight is not fast, but for Peter, who has the rabbit talisman, it doesn't matter. As for the precognition potion, the system introduction is a bit abstract. The user can see the ending of a certain character and predict the character randomly. It could be himself, someone else, or anyone he meets on the road. To buy 2 potions, you need 200 points each. And the predictive potion can only be purchased once. At this moment in a cave somewhere in Afghanistan, Tony is hammering his armor. Clang, 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 clang. Until now he can't believe this fact. Because he listened to Obadiah Stanny's advice and went to Afghanistan in person to test the power of missiles, he was caught by terrorists. And the weapons used by these terrorists actually came from his company. What's more desperate is that compared to more than 10 days ago, he has an extra device on his chest. Because there are many shrapnel in his body, Ethan, who was also imprisoned by terrorists, used an electromagnet to connect a car battery to make a simple device to save his life. Tony was unwilling to be imprisoned here for the rest of his life, so he was secretly building a set of armor. Damn it. Damn Superman Homelander, where are you all? And that Punisher, it seems that we have met once before, can't you come and save me? Thinking back on the past few days being beaten and force-fed with water, this place is simply hell. He couldn't wait to leave here. What's more terrible is that the battery in his chest relies on magnetic force to hang the shrapnel rushing to his internal organs. But this can only delay his death. What he needs now is surgery and treatment. He must leave here as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he began to swing the hammer in his hand again. Ding, 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 ding. The next morning, Peter was invited to participate in Dr. Otto's nuclear fusion experiment. This was an experiment that was doomed to fail. He went there because he wanted to change Otto's ending. He couldn't watch Otto turn into Dr. Octopus and then kill him mercilessly just to earn points. That's not Peter's character. In the morning, because of the importance of Otto's experiment, a large number of reporters gathered in the laboratory of Osborne Company. Unexpectedly, Norman Osborne was not present for such a major project. Almost everyone was there. Otto began to introduce. Welcome everyone to come here in your busy schedule. Today, you will witness the birth of a new energy source. A safe, permanent, and sustainable energy source that will provide cheap electricity to everyone in the world. Now let me introduce my assistant. As he said this, he took off a piece of white cloth, and 4 metal mechanical devices like octopus tentacles appeared in front of everyone. These 4 mechanical arms are designed to handle nuclear integrate. High temperature and magnetism have no effect on them. Otto fixed the 4 mechanical arms on his body. A neural sensor device like a spine was firmly attached to his back. The next second, the mechanical arms began to move according to Otto's wishes, as flexible as human arms. My brain controls these arms with artificial intelligence through neural links, and nanoneural wires directly transmit instructions. Let me use them to work in extremely dangerous situations. A reporter couldn't help but ask, since these tentacles have artificial intelligence, aren't you worried that they will control you? Otto smiled slightly. That's a good question, so I developed a suppression chip to protect my brain. Soon Otto began his research. Under the control of the mechanical arm, a weak fireball was born in the huge device in front of him. Then the fireball began to grow rapidly. The appearance of the fireball was reflected in Otto's sunglasses. He couldn't help but say, "The power of the sun is in my hands." Until this moment, everything was within Peter's expectations. Suddenly his brain buzzed. Spider telepathy. The next second, the nuclear reaction suddenly went out of control and the magnetic force generated by the fireball suddenly increased. The necklaces on the necks of the reporters in the front row flew in. The whole laboratory was in chaos because the walls of the laboratory were blocked with iron sheets. At this moment, the iron sheets close to the wall were already creaking. Suddenly, with a bang, a piece of iron sheet flew towards the source of the nuclear reaction due to the strong magnetic force. Stop it. In the chaos, someone shouted at Otto. It's okay, this is a normal reaction, I can control it. Otto spent half his life on this experiment. Now letting him give up is equivalent to asking for half his life, as the reaction became more and more intense. A huge amount of iron sheet swept towards Rose. At this moment, the world seemed to stop. Peter, who had already changed his clothes, saved Rose as quickly as possible. This will definitely change the ending of Dr. Octopus. With the bond of his family, Otto should not be so easily controlled by the tentacles on his body. However, several pictures suddenly appeared in Peter's mind. This is the effect of the predictive potion, and he saw Rose's ending. In the picture, Otto, who was controlled by the tentacles, killed his wife in his sleep. Damn. Peter hugged Rose and turned off the power of the entire nuclear reactor. Then he took Rose to the UK as quickly as possible. The whole process took only a few seconds. On the way out of New York, he also saw Gwen fighting Vulture. Are you in such a hurry today? Peter cursed inwardly. Miss Rose, stay here. Otto has been controlled by the mechanical arm he invented. If you want him to be safe, stay here. After that, Peter left a spider tracker on her. The next second he was on his way back to New York. The system prompt sound also sounded here. You have activated a new mission, save Otto Octavian. Although you are a villain superhero, you can easily kill criminals without any psychological burden, but this does not mean that you are a bad person. The mission reward is 10,000 points. 1 opportunity for ability upgrade. You have activated a new mission, Gwen's transformation. As a superhero, Gwen always adheres to the principle of not killing criminals, but she does not understand the truth that if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. If the bad guys are not removed, they will only harm the good people. Please note that this mission is a long-term mission, and the activation of the mission reward begins. You have a chance to strengthen the spell. Note that the cow spell has a validity period of 3 months, and it will disappear once the time limit is reached even after strengthening. Do you still need to think about it? Strengthen the rabbit spell. At the moment when the rabbit spell was strengthened, Peter clearly felt that the things around him became slower. The cars driving on the highway seemed to be stationary, however the sound of the system has not stopped. You have a new mission, save Gwen. Your girl is fighting the bad guys. She has just become a hero and lacks combat experience. She is overwhelmed by Vulture. Please kill Vulture and save Gwen. The mission reward is 20,000 points. Peter moved quickly. He began to calculate the existing points in his mind. After a month, he now has a total of 40,000 points. There are 20,000 points for the Green Goblin mission. There are 10,000 points for the Auto mission. There are 20,000 points for the Vulture mission. As long as these missions are completed, my points will be accumulated to 90,000. There is only 110,000 points away from buying the Homelander template. At the moment, another mechanical electronic sound rang in my ears. You have a new mission, save the new Iron Man. As your future long-term source of income, Tony Stark is like wool to you. Please save Tony before he dies. The mission reward is 20,000 points. I wish you success. Too much, too much, the dense electronic sound resounded in Peter's ears, but he didn't have time to think about these to calculate these. The most urgent thing is to rush to Gwen. 2 minutes ago, outside Osborne Company, Norman Osborne was dressed neatly with a crazy look in his eyes. At this moment, it didn't matter even if Otto blew up the entire company because he found the trace of Spider-Woman. In another block in New York City, Gwen, wearing a black and white combat suit, was using cobweb to avoid Vulture's steel wings. As the boss of a big company, it was not difficult for Osborne to know this news. A little blood, just a little blood is enough. Green Goblin jumped down from a 100-meter-high building and landed steadily on the bat flight, at this moment, on a busy street. The surrounding buildings have been destroyed by Vulture's hard wings. Although Gwen is Spider-Man, she has put all her skill points on agility. When she encounters such a powerful opponent, she has no idea what to do for a while. Every time she approaches, the opponent's steel wings will sweep over. Compared to a month ago, Gwen feels that both her combat skills and the use of cobweb have improved. She had been trying to wrap the opponent with cobweb, but she had no idea how to do it, so she could only passively avoid Vulture's attack. The sound of the battle soon attracted the New York police, and there were even helicopters hovering in the sky. Although Vulture was not afraid, the battle also made him irritable. Suddenly, he noticed a crying little girl falling down below. Hey, Spider-Woman, you have always been doing things to uphold justice, so when facing innocent passersby, will you save them? A grenade was thrown from the air. No! Gwen shouted. Launch cobweb stuck to the grenade and then swung it into the air. Like throwing a hammer, with a bang, a violent explosion sounded in the air. The aftermath of the explosion also made Gwen lose balance and was blown away. Good opportunity. The alloy wings swooped down from the sky, aiming at Gwen's stomach to cut her in half. Gwen wanted to resist and struggle, but she couldn't find a leverage point at all. Goodbye, Spider-Woman. Gwen's heart was about to explode. The fear of death made her blue eyes lose their anxiety and her pupils shrank to pinholes. File size, I haven't said goodbye to my father yet and I haven't heard Peter's confession yet. For this kind of thing, boys should take the initiative. Gwen couldn't face the threat of death and her eyes were tightly closed. However, the scene of being cut in half in her imagination did not appear. She felt a gust of wind and waves coming. The next second she was held in someone's arms. Punisher. Gwen was shocked and only realized that she was saved by the Punisher. Peter put Gwen down and looked at Vulture not far away with a stern look. You actually appeared together, haha, just saved me trouble. I can fly and stand in an invincible position, how can you defeat me? Gwen also reminded behind her. Be careful, he is very fast and his wings are sharp. Peter took out a cigarette from his arms, light it slowly. It's not to show off but just to make my mind clearer. This is provided by the system. After taking a puff, the brain will react faster. Mainly because of the enhancement of the rabbit spell just now, Peter is a little uncomfortable. He took a puff and stomped out the cigarette. What a waste. Vulture stared at Peter with gloomy eyes. This will be the last puff of your life. The next second he leaned down and tried to destroy everything with his steel wings. However, the moment he moved, Peter disappeared. From Peter's perspective, Vulture hardly moved. He was too slow. Bang, bang, bang. The three most critical connection points on the Vulture flight were destroyed by bullets. The next second, Vulture felt dizzy. When he reacted, he was being dragged into the sky by a huge force. Above the whole New York, above the whole America. At this moment he couldn't believe his eyes. You can actually fly? Are you surprised? Vulture tried to struggle, but the mecha on his body seemed to be scrapped. No response at all. The power device has been destroyed and the wings that were just nimble just now are now a large piece of heavy scrap metal. Stop. Vulture's eyes were full of fear. At this moment he felt the fear of death for the first time. Too high, it's too high here. The air around him became cold and breathing became difficult. Vulture's body trembled uncontrollably due to fear and cold. He never thought that this day would come. Although he knew that there was Superman in the world, Superman only appeared a few times a year. There was Homelander in the world, but Homelander only attacked ordinary people with low combat effectiveness. So he never thought that besides these two there was someone who could deal with him. He is Vulture, he can fly. Damn Kingpin, he clearly said that the Punisher can't fly. Then how to explain it now? Listen to me, Punisher, I have money, I have a lot of money. As long as you let me go, all the money is yours. Let me go, even if you send me to jail, it doesn't matter. Listen, I want to go to jail, let me go. Suddenly Peter stopped. He had already reached his limit of flight. Although he was blessed by the bull spell, he was still just an ordinary person anyway. Flight was too high and made him physically uncomfortable. Vulture thought Peter was going to let him go. Thank God, thank you, I promise I will never mess with you again. I will never appear in front of you again. Yes, you have no chance. Peter finished speaking and loosened his hand, holding Vulture little by little. Vulture was sweating coldly and his back was wet with sweat. No, 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 no. Punisher, you can't do this, you are a superhero, you can't do this. Peter sneered. Before dealing with me, didn't you know my style of doing things in advance? Superheroes have moral constraints and I don't talk about morality. After speaking, Peter completely let go of his hand. Vulture, tied with heavy metal wings, fell like a meteor. Ah. He roared in the air. If he gave her a chance to start over, he would never mess with the Punisher. He was too fierce. He doesn't even look like a hero fighting crime. Maybe he just chose this path to kill people. With a bang, smoke and dust rose. A big hole was smashed in the cement road of Purple Rose Street. Various parts of the mechanical wings were scattered all over the ground. Vulture was lying on the ground with the wings piercing him under him. This was his most proud invention, but now it became the cause of his death. The street was in chaos. Scattered pedestrians, armed policemen, and Gwen, who was a little confused. With a bang, Peter fell from the sky and looked at everything around him indifferently. Spider-Woman, you are too weak. Peter said coldly, facing an enemy stronger than you, the only thing you have to do is run away. It was not intentional to attack Gwen, but it was too dangerous this time. If he hadn't arrived in time, Gwen would definitely be in danger of her life. Gwen didn't say anything. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know how to refute because the Punisher was right. Punisher, you shouldn't kill people. The law will punish these bad guys instead of lynching them. Peter chuckled, I will only follow the rules made by people who are stronger than me, otherwise my rules are the rules. He looked at Vulture's body. He is guilty. If I say he is not guilty, he is not guilty. He is not guilty. If I say he is guilty, he is guilty. Spider-Woman, do you think that fighting criminals on the street and hanging them in front of the police station is justice? You are still far from true justice. Not because of the mission. Peter wanted to communicate with Gwen a long time ago. Gwen, or most Spider-Man, is always too kind. It's okay to be kind to good people, but also to opponents. In the comics, Spider-Man has sent various enemies to prison many times. What is the result? The enemies appear again and again and finally form a team with the purpose of dealing with him. Then what is the meaning of everything Spider-Man has done before? Missing a date, letting the family live in poverty, being criticized by the newspaper boss, life is so unsatisfactory. The purpose is to send the enemy to prison, and then wait for them to rest in prison for a while and then do it all over again. What is the difference between this and that self-righteous guy in Gotham? No, not as good as him, at least Mr. Wayne is not short of money. So killing the enemy is the best way to uphold justice. Gwen was confused for a moment after listening to the Punisher's words. Peter was about to leave. Suddenly his figure moved at high speed and avoided the flying pumpkin bomb. Spider telepathy is really useful. Similarly, Gwen also sensed the danger. Looking up to the sky, a guy wearing a green demon mask was stepping on the flight device and floating in the air. Spider-Woman. You little bug, let me suck your blood. Gwen frowned behind the mask. Damn, why are there so many monsters? She fired Cobweb and shot at Green Goblin but was easily dodged. Green Goblin laughed wildly. Even if I blow you to pieces, I can still get your blood. Instantly, more than a dozen pumpkin bombs rolled down. Gwen quickly fired Cobweb and left. Fortunately, she was agile and dodged all the attacks. And several policemen were rescued by Peter. When they reacted, they were already more than 10 kilometers away. Before, Peter gave the right to choose to Osborne. If he didn't kill anyone within 10 days, Peter would find a way to get rid of the Green Goblin in his body. Now it seems that the Green Goblin has penetrated into his bones. It's impossible not to kill. Spider-Woman, you can't beat him. Peter said this in a cold tone. Gwen was very angry, she was very strong-willed, but at this moment the Punisher was right. She was indeed no match for Green Goblin, although she had super strength, speed, and reaction ability. But without the web shooters given by Peter, she couldn't even swing in the air. After all, she was just a high school student. She had never learned to fight, and when facing a slightly stronger opponent, she didn't even know where to start. If your opponent can stay in the air with the help of the flight device, then use your cobweb to stick something and hit his flight device. Definitely, I don't need to go through so much trouble to deal with him. You have nothing to do here. Stay away, don't make trouble for me. Peter's voice was very calm from beginning to end, and with the calmness there was indifference. Green Goblin was extremely angry. Just as he was about to get Spider-Woman's blood, a Punisher came to mess with him. Peter didn't say much. The figure suddenly soared into the air, so fast that it even left a mock ring on the ground. The next second, Green Goblin felt his figure shake, and before he could react, he was thrown into the air. Fast, too fast, there was no way to take any countermeasures. Without a foothold in the air, Green Goblin could not control himself at all. The bat flyer under his feet had been broken into two halves by Peter. Before Green Goblin landed, Peter instantly appeared above him. Without giving him a chance to react, he stepped hard on him. Bang! Green Goblin fell to the ground. Even with the protection of the armor, he was broken in many places all over his body. Because of the injection of serum, the injury will heal automatically in a few days. But Peter did not intend to give him a chance to recover. Even if he has a physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people, he will die if the bullet hits his brain. At this moment, Gwen, who was standing aside, was stunned. She stared blankly at everything in front of her. That's it. It's over, solved so quickly, it only took 1 or 2 minutes after the Punisher appeared. He solved Vulture and Green Goblin, two terrifying guys with amazing combat power. There is no harm without comparison. Gwen felt that she was like a newborn baby in front of the Punisher. Then Peter walked in front of Green Goblin, looked down at him, and then took out a pistol from behind, pointed at Green Goblin's head. Even if Osborne's evil personality was killed, there was no guarantee when it would appear again. So, the best solution is to shoot him. Gwen couldn't believe that the Punisher actually planned to kill Green Goblin in public. This was in great conflict with her philosophy. No, you can't do this. Gwen stood in front of Green Goblin. What's wrong? Peter said indifferently. You can't kill him, you should hand him over to the law. Believe me, the Punisher, the law will punish him. If everyone doesn't follow the law, the world will be destroyed. Influenced by her father, Gwen insisted that all criminals should be handed over to the law. Peter silently lit a cigarette. Although it was troublesome, it didn't matter. A month ago, Peter was still afraid of Green Goblin. At this moment, he was no longer a threat. People can't teach people, but things can teach people. If you want Gwen's attitude to change, you must let her experience regret once. Everyone, whether a hero or an ordinary person, has a rule in their hearts that cannot be crossed, but this rule will change imperceptibly. No one is unchanging, so forget it this time, then let the police deal with him. Peter flew up to the sky with an expressionless face, looking down at everyone, including Gwen. If the law you believe in does not give the criminal the punishment he deserves, will you regret stopping me today? If he comes out to hurt people again, can you bear the corresponding responsibility? Gwen was unsure. Facing such a person with a strong aura and super strength, no one could remain calm in front of him, but she firmly believed that Green Goblin would definitely get the punishment he deserved. The court would definitely sentence him to death. Gwen couldn't help but sigh when she thought of this. It would be great if all men in the world were like Peter. He is gentle, kind, not aggressive, and he will definitely stand firmly on his side. Bang. The sonic boom sounded and the Punisher disappeared on the spot. Gwen suddenly felt the pressure drop and let out a long breath. Not only Gwen, almost everyone gave the same reaction. The Punisher's oppression is really too strong. After Peter left, everyone's attention was on Green Goblin. Look at this street. Look at the shops around. Green Goblin's dozen bombs turned all the beautiful things into dust. George, who had just arrived at the scene, was also relieved. Fortunately, the Punisher did not kill Green Goblin. Such a serious thing happened, he couldn't take 2 bodies back to report. George stepped forward. He took off the terrifying mask of Green Goblin. The surrounding reporters took pictures frantically as soon as they saw it. George was stunned. The reporter who took the photo was also stunned. Gwen was also stunned. No one thought that he was behind the mask. The boss of a listed company, a famous nanotechnology scientist. Norman Osborne, Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock. This is a normal school day for Midtown Tech High School. But Peter and Gwen did not appear on campus. In a taxi, the two leaned against each other. Queens was far away from the court where Green Goblin was being tried. Because they got up early, they could only catch up on sleep in the car. Suddenly Peter woke up because the mechanical sound of the system rang in his ears. You have completed the task and saved Gwen. Reward points of 20,000 points. Hidden score is turned on. Past tragic experiences are not a reason for a person to embark on a criminal path. Revenge, killing the one who once persecuted you, this is a hero. Bullying, humiliating those innocent, ordinary people, you are a criminal. Because you experienced extreme despair before Vulture died, the evaluation score is 2,000, which can be converted into a special skill. Convert or not. Convert, Peter chose to gamble without hesitation. Mainly curious about what this special ability is, you have obtained a special skill, changing clothes. Next time you change your identity, you don't need to find the nearest bathroom. As long as you are in a place where no one can see you, you can complete the change with just a thought. Peter didn't react much. He thought he could open the spell, but it's better to have this skill than not. What really makes Peter happy is that the exchange points have accumulated to 60,000. From this point of view, it seems that the exchange of Homelander template is not far away. To be honest, Peter is very strong now, but not that strong. While Gwen was sleeping, he made a simple calculation in his mind. First of all, his super speed comes from the rabbit spell, which is his permanent ability. The power comes from the bull spell, and the bull spell has less than 2 months left. The bull spell not only provides him with power but also enhances his physical strength. The effective force is mutual. If it is not enhanced with his ordinary physical fitness, it is impossible to smash a wall with one punch. Similarly, endurance and cardiopulmonary function have also been greatly enhanced. Otherwise, he would not be able to run so far. Then there is flight ability, which is nothing to say and comes from flight potion. Finally, there are Yan Shuangying's various amazing skills, very strong but not that strong. So the Homelander template must be exchanged, at least at that level. The physical fitness belongs to the category of Superman. A few days ago, when Peter was dragging Vulture flight, he felt uncomfortable when he encountered high altitude and hypoxia. The main reason is because of insufficient physical fitness. Peter couldn't help but sigh. The road is long and difficult. At present, there are still many shortcomings, such as mental attacks. Although he is very fast, if he needs Professor Charles Mutant, he will probably have to give up. At this time, the taxi bumped and woke Gwen up. Peter, why didn't you take a good rest? I was woken up by someone snoring. Gwen was stunned and elbowed Peter. I don't snore. The reason why the two were able to visit this trial was thanks to Gwen's father. Relying on his relationship, the two were able to enter the Supreme Court. I believe Osborne will get the punishment he deserves. He killed so many innocent people and he will definitely be sentenced to death, Gwen said bitterly. I can't believe that the boss of a big company is such a person. I met him before and thought he was a gentleman. Peter shook his head and gave a different opinion. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Osborne's company has created a lot of economic development in New York. The presidential campaign requires a lot of financial support and Osborne is the financial sponsor of these politicians. In short, I feel that this trial may be beyond our expectations. Gwen's eyes widened. Peter, do you think so too? Also, who else thinks so? Nothing. Gwen never thought that Peter would have the same opinion as the Punisher. This shook her original idea a little. No, it won't be like this. Just wait and see, Peter. I bet Green Goblin will get the punishment he deserves. If you lose, have lunch with me. I know a good restaurant. Peter raised his eyebrows. Do you want to bet? Okay. If I win, I will invite beautiful Miss Gwen to lunch. The taxi arrived at the destination soon. Entering the court, the trial started soon. The whole court was full of people and you really couldn't get in without some connections. But this is also common sense. It is human nature to eat melons and Norman Osborn is one of the most famous entrepreneurs in America. Silence. Court. After the court procedure was completed, the judge in a suit looked at Osborne in the defendant's seat. Mr. Osborne, there are many accusations against you, including that you bombed many universities and high schools in New York, causing heavy casualties, harming citizens, and causing social panic. Do you have any doubts about this? Norman Osborne was wearing a wrinkled suit, looking listless and messy-haired. He looked like he hadn't slept for many days. His eyes were extremely tired, like an old man. Based on his current appearance, no one would believe that he was the Green Goblin who was wreaking havoc and killing people in the city. Facing the judge's question, Osborne did not answer. Instead, the lawyer in front of him stood up. The lawyer in a high-end suit gave people an elite feeling. Mr. Judge, my client has a document to hand in. The lawyer handed over a document with an official seal. My client, Mr. Norman Osborne, has been diagnosed with severe schizophrenia after the hospital's appraisal. Everything was done by another personality, not Mr. Osborne's subjective will. He doesn't even know what happened. As soon as this was said, the court was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it. The families of the murdered students cried and loudly accused Osborne of being a liar. Even Gwen found it incredible. How can it be like this? She had a bad idea in her mind. Ignoring the noise at the scene, the lawyer raised his voice by 8 degrees and continued. In fact, Mr. Osborne is not only not a bad person but a philanthropist. He founded a school, devoted himself to scientific research, and created a large number of jobs across the United States. He is a respectable person. These days, he has also been tortured and persecuted by another personality. At the same time, my client is also a vegetarian, a plant protector, has gender identity disorder, and a transvestite. The lawyer pressed more than a dozen buffs on Osborne. A question mark appeared in the minds of everyone in the audience. However, the trial that made everyone feel even more incredible came. The judge picked up the gavel and hammered it, making the noisy court silent. Given the hospital's proof, this court declares Norman Osborne not guilty, but based on the fact that Mr. Osborne's other personality was rebellious. He can only be treated and detained in a medical institution for the rest of his life. At this point, the trial ended. Everyone who was watching the trial was dumbfounded. How could it be like this? This is unfair. He is the murderer of my child. The families of the students who suffered cried and shouted. Obviously, the result of this trial did not meet their expectations. Such an executioner with blood on his hands was released just like that. However, no one cared about their shouting. Why is this happening? Gwen, with blonde hair, was confused at the moment, and she once again remembered what the Punisher said. Peter, why is this happening? Green Goblin killed so many people and destroyed so many families. Why doesn't the law sentence him to death? Sentencing him to a medical institution, isn't that equivalent to no punishment? This verdict basically means that Osborne will go in to live out his retirement. Peter hugged the girl beside him and let her head rest on his shoulder. Gwen, many times, reality is not as beautiful as described in textbooks. Osborne is the leader of a large company, with many interests connected. His death is not in the interests of those behind him. Gwen was a little indignant, especially after seeing the victim's family crying. The values she had shaped for 18 years have already shown signs of collapse, Peter sighed. I understand your feelings, Gwen. But we can't do anything about this kind of thing, right? Gwen didn't say anything else. She is different from ordinary people, she is Spider-Man. When the Punisher wanted to kill Green Goblin a few days ago, she stood up to stop him and said that we should believe in the law and the police. But now, such a heinous guy has received such a painless punishment. It's a joke. Gwen couldn't accept it in her heart and even regretted it a little. The Punisher's words seemed to still ring in her ears. If the law you believe in does not give the criminal the punishment he deserves, will you regret stopping me today? If he comes out to hurt people again, can you bear the corresponding responsibility? Gwen was confused. Just as the Punisher said, if Green Goblin comes out to hurt people again, undoubtedly she has to bear part of the responsibility. Peter, do you think Spider-Woman did something wrong? Peter shook his head and said, don't punish yourself for other people's mistakes, you just do what you think is right. What happens to Green Goblin in the future has nothing to do with you. However, there is a saying that is indeed correct. If the bad guys are not eliminated, the good guys will suffer. After listening to Peter's words, Gwen felt much better. Thank you, Peter. Gwen lay in Peter's arms like a docile little kitten. Peter was thinking about another thing in his heart. Now he began to hesitate again about whether to kill Osborne. 20,000 points are indeed very attractive, but Peter didn't know what choice to make for a while. When he was young, he went to Osborne's house. The other party had no airs of a rich and successful person. He was willing to turn down meetings to play with Harry and Peter. He was an impeccable good man, and Green Goblin was an out-and-out criminal. It was like a combination of Nightingale and Seidler. One was good to death and the other was bad. Sure enough, I still couldn't hesitate. If I had ignored Gwen's obstruction a few days ago and shot Green Goblin, then he wouldn't be as entangled as he is now. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Long-term mission, Gwen's transformation and phased goals have been achieved. Long-term mission, Gwen's transformation and phased goals have been achieved. You have acquired a special skill, toxicity reduction. Any chemical reagent that is toxic enough to kill you will have no effect on you. And the toxicity can be displayed in front of you. If you eat highly toxic food, your poison resistance will be improved. Peter was slightly stunned. There is such a reward. He immediately pulled Gwen to find a Huxia restaurant and asked the waiter for a raw bean. He took a bite. The system's voice sounded in his ears. Poison resistance +1. Feeling comfortable, Peter's curiosity was completely satisfied. Although this skill is a bit useless, it is still better to have it than not. Peter, when did you become interested in Huxia food? Gwen asked absent-mindedly, and at this moment all she could think about was Green Goblin. I've always liked it. After high school we can go to the east together. There are so many delicious foods there. After staying there for a while, I believe you will never want to eat white food again. The Parker family's eating habits have changed a lot over the years. For example, in a week they have to eat Huxia food at least 4 days. There are even some foods that are not common in America, such as spicy hot pot, barbecue, dumplings, etc. At first, it was just to take care of Peter's diet, and in the end, the whole family liked Huxia food. Okay, Gwen, don't worry about Green Goblin. It's best if Osborne is locked up for life. If he dares to come out and do bad things again, Spider-Woman will definitely stop him. Gwen's eyes lit up. You're right, Peter. If Green Goblin dares to do evil again next time, I bet Spider-Woman will never let him go easily. The two chatted and ate. Suddenly someone shouted in the restaurant, "Oh my God. Someone is going to jump off the building." Everyone went out after hearing the news, and Peter and Gwen also went out. On the roof of a tall building, a middle-aged black man wearing glasses was about to jump down. If he took another step forward, he would fall from the building and break into pieces. The man's name was Max Dillon, and like the deceased Vulture, he was an electrical engineer. A single-parent, neglected childhood made him sensitive, suspicious, irritable, and at the same time he was very inferior. At work he had no friends. In love he was alone. In family affection both his parents died. Such a tragic life made him see no hope. He worked at Osborne Company and had a good salary, but with the exposure of Norman Osborne being the Green Goblin, the company had a major reshuffle. A leader who usually disliked him became his immediate superior. This made him very depressed at work every day. I wanted to die every day at work. Today, at the moment after finishing his last lunch, he was going to look for his deceased mother. Meanwhile, under the building, "Oh, Peter, I seem to have eaten something bad. I need to go to the bathroom." "Go quickly." Peter saw through Gwen's thoughts at a glance but did not stop him. 2 minutes later, just as Max was about to jump off the building, a voice called him from behind. "Hey man, what's wrong with you? Want to jump off the building? What are you thinking? There are so many good things in the world that you haven't experienced, so why are you so anxious to leave? Be positive about life. Even if you jump, I will use Cobweb to rescue you." Spider-Woman's voice sounded like heavenly music in Max's ears. The more inferior people are, the more they desire to be noticed. Max has wanted to be valued by others since he was a child. Who is the person standing in front of him now? It's Spider-Woman. It's the superhero that is often broadcast on TV. Max is extremely excited at this moment. The idea of committing suicide has disappeared. It's not that no one cares about him. A big shot like Spider-Woman would care about his life or death. "Can you sign an autograph for me?" Max said excitedly. Definitely." Gwen wrote Spider-Woman's name on the first page of Max's diary in a graceful handwriting. "Live well, buddy. I still have to save the world. I won't chat with you anymore. I hope you can live more actively next time I see you." After that, Spider-Woman launched the cobweb and swung away. Max was left excited and shouted at her, "Spider-Woman, I will be your fan from now on." Max was happy from the bottom of his heart. It feels so good to be valued, especially when the other party is a famous big shot. This made him find the meaning of life at once. After a while, Gwen appeared beside Peter. "That's strange. Maybe I'm not used to Huxia food." "Peter." "Miss Gwen, please don't blame the Huxia food for your upset stomach. Hey. There's still a lot of food left. Let's continue eating." Since becoming a superhero, Gwen's appetite has been surprisingly large, but her figure hasn't changed much. She's even more symmetrical than before. In the sanatorium, Norman Osborne was repeatedly imprisoned in a single-family courtyard. It is located in the suburbs of New York City with pleasant scenery, food, and wine. Rather than being imprisoned, it is better to say that he is on vacation. But this vacation is not free. Osborne sat in the bedroom, which was empty, and there was not even a bed. There was only a mirror of the same height. Osborne sat cross-legged on the floor looking at himself in the mirror. Old, haggard, tortured beyond recognition, he has been shrouded in the shadow of a family genetic disease since he was a child. Fear always looms in his heart. When he was a teenager, he witnessed his father's death with his own eyes. This is the inner demon he cannot overcome. Every day, every year older, the inner demon becomes more serious. Even if he becomes an expert in the field of biology, it is still difficult to cure his stubborn illness. The inner demon has completely become another personality of Norman Osborne. Green Goblin, what are you thinking? What's there to be depressed about? We are not dead yet. As long as we are alive, we can definitely heal ourselves. The Green Goblin in the mirror has a hideous face. A pair of eyes are hidden in the shadows. "No, don't try to control me." The haggard Osborne talked to him, his eyes full of bloodshot. "You be ****D, you just want to use me to do evil. Once I cure the disease, the first to die will be you." The Green Goblin shouted angrily. "Then you just wait to die, feel the aging of your body bit by bit. Look at Osborne Company, everything you created is plundered by others. It won't be long before your son will follow the same path as you. Osborne, now the opportunity is in front of us. What are you still hesitating about? You. What else is there to hesitate about?" The Green Goblin's voice is impassioned, as if it has the power to bewitch people. "As long as we can get Spider-Woman's serum, we will be healthy. Think of that picture, the elderly Osborne lying in bed next to Harry's son, your grandson. No one will die of disease. Bang! Osborne suddenly jumped up and hit his head on the glass. With a bang, the glass flew and the broken glass like a spider web reflected Osborne's shattered face. Blood flowed along the cracks of the broken glass. His expression gradually overlapped with his own expression in the mirror. You're right, you're right. Spider-Woman, I will definitely catch you. She was stopped by the Punisher this time. She won't be so lucky next time. Just choose the right time. Choose a time when the Punisher is not here. Green Goblin. Osborne laughed wildly. Sharp and terrifying. On the other side, Peter went home from school. He was going to deal with something he had forgotten for a long time. He put on gloves and took out brand new banknotes from his bank card. 10 dark green $100 bills with Franklin's name printed on them. Peter found a place without surveillance, changed his clothes in a second, and became the Punisher feared by all criminals in New York. Before, criminals always thought that Gotham's Batman was a madman and violent maniac until the Punisher appeared. They knew how good Batman was. Peter took out his mobile phone and took a look at the spider locator. He was going to talk to Otto's wife Rose. To be honest, this scientist and his wife are both pretty good people. His lifelong pursuit is not for fame and fortune but just to contribute to all mankind. The last time they met, Otto and Rose taught Peter how to chase girls. Even if there is no systematic task, Peter doesn't want to see one of them die and the other go on the road of crime. At this moment, London, England. Dark clouds covered the sky and it would rain from time to time and the air was quite humid. Here, you can't even see a few days of complete sunshine throughout the year. A man who looked quite sloppy kept looking outside the station. Just yesterday, he set his sights on a woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s, well-maintained, and seemed to have encountered some difficulties. In short, none of this mattered. What mattered was that he planned to marry that woman tonight. And then sell her. Time passed by minute and Rose walked out of the restaurant. She had been worried for the past few days. Since Otto's experiment failed, she had contacted him countless times but received no news. And the Punisher. Rose checked the internet and every piece of information about him was shocking. Rose didn't understand why such a person would send her to London. Frowning and thinking, she passed by an empty alley unknowingly. Suddenly a black shadow rushed out and threw her directly into the alley. Ah! Rose was startled and shouted, but her mouth was covered. Hey, I've observed you for a day. You are an illegal resident, right? No one will help you. At this moment, Peter appeared. Don't mind your own business. The man pulled out a knife and pointed it at Peter. Peter walked in front of him with a blank expression. He pulled back his hand. With a bang, the man's head was separated from his neck forever. The body stayed where it was, but the head flew far away and hit the wall, leaving a bloodstain. It rolled on the ground twice and stopped moving. Rose was so scared that she couldn't speak. She had never experienced such danger before and her heart almost jumped out of her stomach. She endured the discomfort of vomiting and looked at the head of the corpse not far away. Finally, she couldn't help it and vomited with a wow. Oh my God. She felt like the sky had fallen on her. She had never thought that so many things would happen in just a few days. After vomiting, find a place to talk. Let's go to my hotel, Punisher. Looking at the burly and tall man in front of her, Rose felt terrified from the bottom of her heart, especially because the other party had just beaten a person's head into a rotten watermelon in front of her. 5 minutes later, the two came to the hotel where Rose was staying. To be honest, what happened just now caught Peter off guard. Originally, he wanted to explain this matter to Rose in his own identity. But who could have thought that in Britain, which is famous for its gentlemen, there would be people doing such dirty crimes in the daytime? It's really disgusting. It seems that there will be a new place to brush points in the future. Rose drank some water, rinsed her mouth, and then asked stiffly, "Excuse me, sir, I don't understand why you brought me here. Where is my husband Otto Octavian? I can't contact him." Peter said indifferently, "Miss Rose, there is something you should know better than me. About that mechanical arm." Mechanical arm? Rose's face was full of confusion. The mechanical arm is a tool made by Otto to control the nuclear integrate reaction. It uses the most advanced artificial intelligence technology. In order to control this thing, Otto also specially studied the suppression chip. Otherwise, the artificial intelligence will compete with him for control of the body. Wait. Rose's eyes widened. You mean? Rose didn't finish her words. She didn't dare to imagine. Peter nodded. Yes, during the experiment that day, the suppression chip on Otto's neck was burned. I'm afraid that Otto Octavian has become a slave to the mechanical arm now. Rose took a deep breath. The uneasiness in her eyes was hard to conceal. As Otto's wife, she knows the horror of the mechanical arm better than anyone else. This thing can magnify the dark side of the user's heart. Otto had worn it before when it was still in the experimental stage. This thing actually tempted him to kidnap Osborne in order to get more financial assistance. Because the mechanical arm was not formed at that time, it could be forcibly dismantled with the help of external force. This is also the reason why Otto later developed the suppression chip. But now, 4 mechanical arms, each with a force of several hundred kilograms. Once Otto is controlled by him, oh my god. Peter stood up, picked up the hat beside him and put it on. This is also the reason why I sent you here. After all, a person controlled by a machine can do anything dangerous. But you can rest assured that I will make Otto return to normal. Rose quickly stood up and thanked sincerely. Thank you, Punisher. But I have another question. Why did you save Otto? As far as I know, he doesn't know a friend like you. Don't thank me, I don't know you either. If you have to thank someone, thank Peter. Peter? Rose was stunned again. The kid from Midtown Science and Technology High School? Yes, he asked me to help, otherwise I wouldn't bother to meddle. One more thing. The tall figure wearing the same octagonal hat as the Razor Gang turned around and handed Rose $100 bills. Peter asked me to bring it here, fearing that you would be short of money here. You have completed a new achievement. As soon as he went out, a mechanical sound rang in Peter's ears. You have completed the achievement. Killing like a spit. Killing like a spit, 100/100. The executioner with blood on his hands is not necessarily a bad person, and killing is also to save people. You have received an achievement reward. Please choose your reward from the following 3 options. Obtain 20,000 points. Obtain the right to use the Bull Talisman permanently. Obtain Observation Hacky. Observation Hacky. As an anime fan in his previous life, Peter was not unfamiliar with this term. Perception attack, perception of the number of enemies, prediction of enemy moves in a short period of time, perception of the opponent's strength. But this ability is highly overlapped with Peter's spider telepathy. Moreover, once this ability is exchanged, the Bull Talisman will be missed. Now the Bull Talisman is the main source of Peter's power. So he chose the Bull Talisman without hesitation. At the moment of choice, the Bull Talisman turned into white light and poured into Peter's body. Long-term task, collection of zodiac signs. I have nothing missing, 2/12. Peter was relieved. Seeing that the 3-month time was getting closer and closer, he was still worried about what to do when the Bull Talisman expired. Now it's good, the power of the Bull Talisman belongs to him. Suddenly Peter seemed to think of something. Open the Points Mall, click the search bar and enter the zodiac sign talisman. Sure enough, the choice appeared. He was overjoyed. If you can buy a spell, it seems that you don't need to change the Homelander template. However, he was severely poured cold water the next second. You can spend 10,000 points to exchange for the rat spell. Note, the exchange of zodiac spells must be carried out in order, excluding the spells you already have. It takes 10,000 points to exchange for the rat spell, 100,000 points to exchange for the tiger spell, and 1,000,000 points to exchange for the dragon spell. The source of the zodiac is likely to appear in the rewards of the main task, and it is not recommended to exchange with points. Peter. Gone, back to New York, boring. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. In a hospital in Queens, New York, a doctor in a white coat and a mask did not enter the operating room with a scalpel as usual. This time he used an electric saw. The patient, Otto Octavian, had been hit in the head by a heavy object and had been in a coma. Because he was wearing 4 huge mechanical arms, he could not be scanned and tested. So the most urgent thing was to saw off the damn thing. Otherwise, there would be no test, let alone surgery. Entering the operating room, the doctor looked at the tentacles and joked to his colleagues. Has anyone sawed wood? The doctor started the electric saw and was about to cut the mechanical arm in front of him. Suddenly, a tentacle suddenly pulled out and directly pulled the doctor into the wall. Others in the operating room had no time to react. The tentacles had already started killing. Each tentacle seemed to be alive, stirring up chaos in the operating room. They did not stop until everyone died. After a while, Otto slowly woke up. Looking at the 4 or 5 corpses around him, he was shocked. In a panic, he left the hospital and found a remote, abandoned dock. Otto looked at the ruined things in front of him, his eyes empty and lifeless. Is my beloved Rose dead? My dream is shattered. He turned his head to look at the tentacles beside him. These terrible things should be destroyed and buried with me in the sea. Suddenly, a tentacle opened its claws as if threatened and emitted a slight sound wave in Otto's ears. Otto was stunned. A voice appeared in his mind and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was familiar with this feeling. When he was developing the mechanical arm, this thing with artificial intelligence had snatched control of his body from him. Reaching out to touch the suppression chip at the back of his neck, it has disappeared. Otto, let's start over. The voice in his head sounded, no. Peter is right, I miscalculated the data. Otto's eyes dimmed, but the next second his eyes changed drastically. I can't have miscalculated. Didn't the nuclear integrate succeed? Otto's voice was a little crazy. Let's start over and increase the shield. Let this experiment be bigger and stronger than the last one. Suddenly Otto's voice became low again. But we need money. The nuclear integrate experiment requires tritium and this rare element is extremely expensive. Go rob a bank, Otto, the voice in his head sounded again. Otto refused immediately. No, I can't commit a crime. It's a crime not to fulfill your dream. You have to use your invention to benefit all mankind and they will understand you. Otto's Adam's apple rolled. You are right, it's a crime not to fulfill your dream. I will succeed. The energy of the sun is in my palm. At this moment, Otto completely transformed into Dr. Octopus. Gwen, you looked a little absent-minded just now. In a commercial district not far from Midtown Tech High School, in a dessert shop, several girls gathered together. Mary Jane, whose hair was a little red, took a bite of yogurt pudding and was surprised by Gwen's reaction just now. Several people formed a band at school. Gwen was the drummer. She had never made mistakes before, but she just typed several syllables wrong. Sorry, I'm not in a good state recently. Gwen shrugged her shoulders. There were far more crimes in New York than she had imagined. For more than a month, Gwen had transformed into Spider-Woman almost every night to punish crimes in the city. But there was no way to punish them all. Car thieves, drug addicts, thefts, robberies, too many. This made her feel physically and mentally exhausted. Maybe she really needed a good rest. At this moment, Gwen suddenly perked up. This is spider telepathy. The next second, huge amounts of noise came from not far outside the dessert shop. Everyone's attention was attracted. A man wearing sunglasses and with 4 mechanical arms was robbing a bank. The tentacles grabbed the wall of the bank and then pulled it hard, and a big hole immediately appeared in the reinforced concrete wall. In front of the metal tentacles, the wall was as fragile as paper. Why are there so many monsters recently? Gwen felt a headache for a while, but now it's time for Spider-Woman to come out and solve this danger. She picked up her school bag and rushed out. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind her friends to leave as soon as possible. Dr. Octopus put bags of banknotes into his pocket. Gwen, who had changed her clothes, suddenly appeared and kicked Dr. Octopus with cobweb. At the same time, the tentacles also grabbed Gwen and threw her out directly. Dr. Octopus's expression was angry and his eyes were full of resentment. The tentacles stretched out long and chased Gwen again and again. Gwen did not forget to fight back while dodging, but the power of cobweb was much weaker than that of tentacles. Gwen remembered the tricks that Punisher taught her before and fired cobweb, sticking a safe and smashed it towards Dr. Octopus. In the battle with Dr. Octopus, Gwen accidentally glanced and saw Peter in the crowd. Wang de fa. She couldn't help but swear. A large amount of cobwebs came out from her wrists, sealing Dr. Octopus' eyes. Gwen quickly jumped to Peter's side. She was almost crying. Peter, get out of here quickly. Too dangerous. In Gwen's opinion, the relationship with Peter is not as simple as friends. As a woman with normal physical and psychological development, she often fantasizes about her future life. Peter may become a scientist in the future, and she is a well-behaved and sensible wife. Thinking about the future married life will be warm and sweet, so she pays special attention to Peter. Don't worry, Spider-Woman, Otto and I are friends. Dr. Octopus tore open the spider web that blocked his vision. He looked at Spider-Woman angrily. At the same time, he also noticed Peter beside her. At this moment, his eyes were a little clearer. Peter. Otto, stop it. Is this what you call benefiting mankind? You are committing a crime. You have gone against your original intention. With a bang, the bag full of banknotes fell to the ground. Otto turned around and looked at the messy bank on the ground and the fearful eyes of people not far away. Oh my God, Peter, what have I done? Suddenly, the voice in his head rang again. Don't worry about him. How can a high school student understand your pursuit of science? With this money, we can realize our dreams. Wake up. Otto Octavian, you are a scientist, not a criminal. The reason why Peter did not transform into a punisher and solve this matter with violence, it is because the anger in his body can no longer be suppressed. This is the disadvantage of villain superheroes. After killing a large number of people, he has lost his reverence for life. To resolve the anger, he can only kill people. Peter had a hunch that as long as he used violent means, he would beat Otto to death. Otto frowned, and the voice in his head kept saying one sentence after another. He couldn't control the mechanical arms on his body. They were too powerful. Peter, get out of here. He's crazy. Which normal person would rob a bank? Gwen was so anxious. Peter was just an ordinary person, once this monster with 6 hands came over. It was difficult for Gwen to fight him and protect Peter at the same time. Peter. I can succeed. The last nuclear integrate experiment was successful. With a little modification, I can change the world. There will be no war in the whole United States and the whole world. There is enough energy. Otto opened his arms, and his 4 mechanical arms also opened. At this moment, he looked like a god who created the world, but what he did was no different from the devil. Otto, we can take it slowly. Tesla also experienced countless failures before inventing the light bulb. What's the difference between what you are doing now and robbery? Think about Rose, think about your wife. She won't want to see you do this. Peter's voice was loud, and Otto showed a look of astonishment after hearing this. Rose is not dead. She is definitely not dead. One of my friends sent her to a safe place. Why don't you let her come to see me? Otto's voice was low, but judging from the almost crazy waving of the mechanical tentacles, at this moment he was still controlling this body. With a bang, Otto jumped directly from the 2nd floor and jumped directly in front of Peter. Rose is still alive, Peter. Rose is still alive. Why doesn't she come to see me? Otto's voice was very calm, but Gwen remained vigilant. This kind of peace is like a huge reef hidden under the sea, which can bring danger to passing ships at any time. Peter's voice was calm from beginning to end. Otto, look at you now. Are you a respected scientist or a monster controlled by a machine? Do you think Rose wants to see you like this? The mechanical tentacles were still whispering beside Otto. Stop talking. Otto's tone was low, but the tentacles were still brainwashing him. I said, stop talking. Otto clenched his teeth, and at this moment he regained control of his body. Help me, Peter, I can't control it for too long. Don't worry, Otto. The next second, Peter frowned and looked to the side. Spider telepathy, a bullet was fired from the gun in the hand of a policeman not far away, and the target he wanted to kill was Otto. Bang! The reaction of the artificial intelligence tentacles is undoubtedly faster. It blocked the bullet instantly and stretched out its arms to press the shooting policeman to death on the ground and turned him into a pool of meat paste. It's not unfair. Peter hates this kind of brainless guy the most. He has already stabilized Otto's emotions. This is clearly provoking him. Quick, get out of here. Peter took Gwen's hand and ran. He didn't think this new superhero could deal with Dr. Octopus. No, Peter, I have to stop him. Get out of here and protect yourself. Gwen fired a cobweb at Rage's Dr. Octopus. It's impossible not to be violent. Peter had already stabilized him. Do the police officers of the London Police Department only know how to eat donuts in the office? Gwen was very angry at the moment. Because someone fired a gun without authorization, this made Otto completely lose his mind and was controlled by the tentacles. At the same time, it also caused great damage to the city. Spider-Woman. The mechanical tentacles swung violently, breaking the cobweb that connected Gwen to the balcony of the building. Ah! Gwen was instantly caught by the tentacles. It's over. She pressed the switch of the web shooters with her middle finger and ring finger frantically, and a large amount of cobweb sprayed towards Dr. Octopus, instantly wrapped him into a cocoon. Gwen also broke free from the control of the mechanical tentacles. The next second, the spider web was torn from the inside. Bang! A sonic boom sounded in the air. The Punisher, with his hair combed back and wearing a black coat, joined the battlefield. The back hair is a one-click dressing function, and you can instantly choose your own hairstyle provided that you have enough hair. Miss Spider, it seems that you still haven't learned how to fight. Peter spoke indifferently, his eyes slightly red. The more people you kill, the more violent you become. You must release it in time, and the only way to release it is to kill people. I've been ridiculed again. Gwen held her breath and didn't speak. Your movements are very agile, but your way of fighting is too clumsy. You can't use everything around you to fight. You hesitate when fighting and you will only fail in the end. Have you said enough? Dr. Octopus said angrily. If you two get rid of me, no one will stop me from realizing my scientific ideals. Peter wore a black mask and floated in front of Dr. Octopus. Wake up, Otto. I don't want to expose your purpose. Benefiting all mankind is just a necessary thing for you to pursue your goal. Your real purpose is to gain honor. It would be best if Otto Octavian's name appears in the school physics textbook. Dr. Octopus seemed to be poked at his true thoughts, and he became even crazier. The mechanical arm easily dismantled the fire hydrant fixed on the side of the road and smashed it towards Peter. You, go to hell. Peter easily dodged the attack, using Einstein's theory of relativity to explain the faster the speed, the slower the time. When Peter moved, the whole world almost stopped. Normally, even if he was wearing a mask and disguised his identity, Peter would not embarrass Otto in public. But at this moment, hostility filled his whole body. Impatience, anger, and all negative emotions such as the desire to destroy swelled in his mind. Peter stopped talking nonsense, and at the moment the mechanical arm reached out to him, Peter grabbed it with both hands and swung it violently. Just like the scene in the movie where the Hulk threw Loki. Bang, 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 even the mechanical arm can't stand such a beating. At this moment it doesn't seem like a fight between two people, but rather like one person's violence. With the blessing of the power of the bull spell, Peter broke the tentacles behind Otto in half. I have to say this tentacle is really strong. 4 tentacles were torn off, almost exhausting all of Peter's strength. It's over. A policeman walked forward excitedly. He took out a pistol and pointed it at the unconscious Otto's head. Such a terrorist should be shot on the spot. Peter grabbed the pistol fiercely and instantly crushed it into scrap metal. Since when, you bunch of New York trash have the power to make decisions? Gwen felt strange that he didn't kill Dr. Octopus. Remember last time he was going to step on Green Goblin to death with 1 foot. Peter glanced at Gwen. I know what you're thinking. But this is the rule of this world. Strength and file size determine the level of power. The people I want to kill, even the United States can't save them. Similarly, the people I want to save, they can't move. After that, Peter carried the unconscious Otto to London, England. As before, the weather here is still overcast. Bang, 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 Rose was awakened by the knock on the door. Ever since that dangerous incident happened last time, she never dared to leave the hotel alone again. Who? Rose was a little nervous. It was hard not to be nervous in a foreign country. It's me. Peter's voice sounded. Rose's nervousness was relieved immediately. It was the Punisher. As soon as the door opened, Rose almost screamed. Oh my God. Otto, what happened to him? At the moment, Otto fell into a coma and the 4 mechanical arms behind him were all broken. I believe what happened will be reported on the news tonight. I don't have the patience to repeat what happened just now. But compared to his condition, it seems that controlling him is the most important thing to do at the moment. After all, Mr. Otto's current boss is the artificial intelligence behind him. Looking at the Punisher with red eyes, Rose didn't dare to ask more. The two tied Otto to the bed. Excuse me, what should we do now? Rose looked worried and her voice was also pleading. It's what you should do. Otto is your husband. I saved him just to repay Peter for a favor. If possible, I can pull out the metal chain connected to his back. Don't, Rose was completely panicked. If the machine is connected to Otto's nerves, he will be stupid if he is forcibly removed. Unless there is a suppression chip, let Otto operate it himself. Unfortunately, no one can make this thing. Peter turned and left. I understand that you love your husband, but Otto is not the only genius in the world. After Peter returned to Queens, London, he lay in his bedroom trying to cover up his anger with sleep. When he fell asleep, he didn't want to kill anyone. He had to go to a party at night. He tried to find a criminal after the party to get rid of the anger in his body. However, just as Peter was about to fall asleep, a mechanical electronic sound rang in his ears. Due to your good performance in the previous task, you have a chance to choose. Please choose one of the following 4 options as your reward. Tiger Talisman, balance the heart. After choosing it, you will not be entangled by anger. Even if you achieve the achievement of killing people, your mentality will not be affected by anger. Chicken Talisman, flight ability to suspend in the air. Pig Talisman, you will get the electric eye ability and your eyes will shoot out high-voltage hot melt electric current. The only drawback is that you may not be able to wear glasses after you have it. 10,000 points. Peter had some difficulty in choosing for a while. All 3 talismans are very useful to him. From the current situation, he does not have any of the 3 abilities. Although he could fly before, that was the effect of the flight potion. Points are required to redeem in the mall, and every time you redeem this potion, the points required increase. Therefore, the chicken talisman is very tempting. Similarly, the pig talisman is also a must. Peter has no shortcomings in speed now. It may be a little worse than Superman, but it should not be a big problem to face the Flash. Even if it can't be compared, it won't be too far behind. In terms of strength, there is a bull talisman to make up for the shortcomings. The only thing is that there is no way to attack from a distance. Although it is a Yan Shuangying template, you can't use a gun when you really fight, right? Mainly facing some people with strong combat power, the gun is completely useless. After thinking about it, Peter decided to give up the Tiger Talisman, although it can solve his anger problem at the moment. But the cost-effectiveness is not high. Killing someone to vent anger can also solve it. As for flight and electric eyes, they really give Peter a headache. Can't the useful talismans appear separately? Peter muttered inwardly. For example, let the tiger spell, sheep spell, and dog spell appear together. For this kind of choice, I don't have to hesitate at all. After thinking it over again and again, Peter chose the pig spell. In addition to its functionality, it is really handsome to have electric eyes. At the moment, Peter chose it because it was a permanent spell. The physical spell did not appear but turned into white light and poured into his body. Long-term task, collection of zodiac signs. I have everything I need, 3/12. The task progress has reached a quarter. You get a chance to choose. Please choose from the following options. Choice 1, Jack Chen's chewing gum effect description. I will definitely return it to you, a one-time consumable. Chewing gum during combat, there is a certain chance to get an item from the enemy. Choice 2, Stay here Zioyu. Say this sentence, you can apply stealth status to any creature, 100% movement speed bonus, cannot be used on yourself, one-time consumption. There are so many strange things. Peter casually put a piece of gum into his pocket. At this moment, the sleepiness has almost dissipated. Then he heard the system's voice again. Detect your current state. The resentment value is 93%. People live in this life and they must go through the 8 sufferings: birth, aging, sickness and death, love and separation, failure to obtain. The 5 elements are burning. Even you will have bad times. Please eliminate the resentment in your body as soon as possible. Peter ignored it, covered himself with a quilt and fell asleep. This sleep lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He was still woken up by Gwen, who broke in. Peter, wake up. Gwen, with blonde hair, sat beside his bed and gently shook his shoulders. Peter yawned. Do you have to come when I'm sleeping? Especially when I'm sleeping soundly. Gwen wanted to tease, but suddenly noticed the other's red eyes. He was startled immediately. Oh my God, why are your eyes so red? Because I'm really angry, but not at you. Red eyes are a concrete manifestation of excessive hostility. Is it because of Dr. Octopus? Gwen asked worriedly. Peter, you are the bravest person I have ever seen. In the morning, facing that dangerous situation, you dared to stand in front of Dr. Octopus to stop him. You are so brave. Peter smiled slightly. How do you know this matter so clearly? Gwen was stunned and then quickly reacted. The news definitely said in the news. Okay, Peter, I think you should not go to the party tonight. How about I stay with you? Peter shook his head. How can this be done? This is a party held by Teacher Carter before retirement. You have to go to see him no matter what, otherwise you may not have the chance to meet him again in the future. Okay, Peter, then we should leave now. Not long after, Peter and Gwen, dressed in casual suits, got on the car to Teacher Carter's house. But Peter always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. At night in New York, Brooklyn, adjacent to Queens, is the commercial center. The housing prices here are quite expensive, but they are also safe enough. Like Times Square, cameras are everywhere in the streets. In a city full of lights and wine, joy is the foundation and emptiness is the background. Peter bought a bottle of dry red wine from the store. This is the basic etiquette for visiting. What's more, Teacher Carter takes good care of Peter. If it weren't for her, the scholarships in the past 2 years would not be so easy to get. What should I buy? Gwen was a little worried. She was the worst at choosing gifts. She couldn't afford the expensive ones, and the ones she could afford were a little cheap. Peter shook the wine in his hand. Just say this is a gift we prepared together. I know you treat me well. When the two arrived, many people had already come to Teacher Carter's house. Not only the students she taught, but also colleagues in the school and some friends in life. This old teacher has a good relationship with people. As soon as he entered the door, Peter felt that many eyes fell on him. Wow, Peter, you look so handsome in a suit. I'm going to post this on Twitter, let's take a photo together. Immediately, female classmates surrounded him. Peter, who had gotten rid of his frail body, was tall, healthy, and a top student. More importantly, he received $1 million from Stark Industries. Naturally, many girls were secretly attracted to him, expecting to be pushed down on the bed by him, and then they could spend his money openly. Sorry, everyone, I don't want to take pictures today. Peter ignored them but was attracted by a middle-aged man who was talking to Teacher Carter not far away. A man who was missing his right arm. There were many people around them. Gwen took Peter's arm as if to declare her sovereignty. In the past, she often used her own pocket money to help Peter choose some clothes just to make him more popular. Now she hopes he won't be so popular. Many girls in the school were staring at him. Peter smiled slightly. Miss Gwen, swearing sovereignty is not just about holding arms. You have to do this. As he said this, he took Gwen's hand, clasping their fingers tightly together. After more than 10 years of contact, the two knew each other well, but the sudden hand-holding made Gwen feel like an electric shock in her brain. Oh, Peter. Peter approached Gwen and whispered in her ear. Maybe I still lack a formal confession. Peter didn't say this on a whim. He and Gwen are familiar with each other, neighbors for many years, and have a good relationship. And now they are old enough to fall in love. There is no need to hesitate, it's time to sublimate their friendship. Gwen's face turned red all of a sudden. It's not that she hadn't thought about this scene, but it was too sudden, making her a little overwhelmed for a while. Peter. Words can't express 1/10,000th of the feelings in my heart, but physical contact can. The two held their hands tightly together. Suddenly, Teacher Carter, who was not far away, called Peter. I'll be right there. Gwen sat on the sofa and took a big sip of her cocktail. She was excited, happy, and a little complicated. After all, she had a secret to hide. She didn't know how to tell Peter. On the other side, Carter hurriedly introduced the middle-aged man next to her. Peter, this is Dr. Connors, a famous biological scientist who has published many important papers internationally. Connors, this is the Peter Parker I told you about, with excellent science grades. The two held hands together. Hello, Dr. Conkas, I have read your paper and it has benefited me a lot. Connors smiled slightly. Mr. Parker, it is not a good habit to compliment others. It will unconsciously put yourself in an unequal position. Peter was stunned. I was just being polite. Do you usually chat with others like this? Only those with real talent and knowledge can be respected. Connors paused and said, in my impression, high school students only know how to fall in love and play video games. Carter has high praise for you. So let me ask you a question. Carter, a teacher on the side, looked at Connors with a slightly reproachful look. I kindly introduced my students to you, but you embarrassed him. I will never introduce people to you again next time. Please ask. Peter's eyes were red, and he was obviously impatient. He was no stranger to Dr. Connors, one of Spider-Man's classic villains. Because he wanted to recover, he wanted to be healthy, and he wanted his lost arm to be restored, he injected himself with lizard serum. In the end, he became a lizard man who was neither human nor ghost. But Peter didn't know if this would happen in the world where Gwen became Spider-Man. After all, this world is quite integrate. Marvel, DC, Sony, and the Black Robe Picket. No one can guarantee that the plot will develop as it was. Connors smiled. Before he became a professor at the university, he was a military doctor. He had seen too many misfortunes in the war. Many people lost their lives in the war, and even those who survived suffered from post-war stress disorder. But compared to them, those who were disabled in the war were truly miserable. Kurt Connors was one of them. The war made him lose his entire right arm. If he hadn't had some rich knowledge to support him as a university teacher, he didn't know what he could do. Later, by chance, he met Norman Osborne. The other party supported his gene recombination research. At present, this research has reached the final stage. This level 1 section ends, which is human experiments. The regeneration of the broken tail of the lizard gave Connors inspiration. As long as this experimental research is successful, there will be no more disabilities in the world in the future. There will even be no more diseases. Major diseases in life are usually caused by the breakdown of a certain tissue in the body. Because of the high cost and mismatched organs, patients can only lie in bed and wait to die. As long as the gene recombination experiment is successful, humans who have integrated lizard genes may grow new organs. Even if this cannot be achieved, it should not be difficult for physically disabled people to grow new limbs. Unfortunately, Norman Osborne turned out to be a Green Goblin that endangers the world. With his imprisonment, the genetic recombination project was also shelved. Without financial support, Connor's experiment could not continue. Fortunately, a few days ago, Norman Osborne's son, Harry Osborne, contacted him and promised to restart the experiment after he returned home. This made Connors ecstatic, which is why he was in the mood to attend the retirement party of his college classmate Carter tonight. Connors looked at Peter and said with a smile, "You just said that you have read the paper I wrote, so you should know my ideas. I have a colleague who suffers from Parkinson's disease, macular degeneration, blurred vision, and increasingly weak vision. From a biological perspective, how should he treat himself?" Seeing that Peter did not answer, a classmate named Kaizen quickly said, "Dr. Connors used stem cells." Kaizen has always looked down on Peter and targeted him everywhere. He often talked about Peter with his small group. He said that he was a gigolo who only knew how to hide behind Gwen. In fact, the real reason for his anger was that the gigolo was not him. So he targeted Peter everywhere, but unfortunately he could not compare with Peter in terms of academic performance or other aspects. This time he actively showed himself in front of Connors just to embarrass Peter. Connors nodded. "I have an idea, but I need a more thorough solution." Cross-species genetics. Peter gave the correct answer. Once the brain cells that produce dopamine disappear, people will suffer from Parkinson's disease, but zebrafish have the ability to regenerate cells. If you have the ability to give its genes to your colleague, maybe he can heal himself. Kaizen held back his sarcasm and said, "Yeah, just put a gill on the patient's neck." "Shut up." Knorson interrupted Kaizen. "Arrogance and sarcasm can't give you more new knowledge." Knorson looked at Peter. His eyes were completely different from before, with a little more appreciation. "Mr. Parker, we can add a contact number, and if we have time, we can discuss this issue in detail in another place." "My pleasure, Professor." Kaizen felt like a joker, and his eyes looked at Peter with more disgust. "Hey Peter, do you dare to compete with me in drinking?" He looked at Peter provocatively, but the other party ignored him directly and left two words he didn't understand. "SB." Although Kaizen didn't understand what this meant, he knew it was not a good thing to say. Ignoring the anger, "Peter, you only know how to hide behind a woman." Gwen rushed over when she heard the voice and grabbed Peter's hand. "Hide behind a woman. Peter is the bravest person I have ever seen. Go and watch the news." When Dr. Octopus was making trouble in the street today, who stood in front of him to stop him? And you, Kaizen, are just a poor student with only a C in comprehensive grades every year. Besides, Peter is my boyfriend. If you have the ability, you can also find a woman to protect you." After saying that, Gwen pulled Peter away from the party. It was not until they returned to Queens that Gwen's face turned red, standing at the door of Gwen's house. The two stood facing each other, holding hands together. Gwen looked into Peter's eyes. Although her face was red, her ears were also red, but there was an inexplicable provocation in her eyes. Peter smiled and said, "So, my girlfriend, should we have a hug or a kiss before going home?" "Hey Peter, what's the weather like to make you so greasy?" Although she said that, Gwen still rushed directly into Peter's arms. At this moment, George opened the door, looking at the couple who just fell in love with a complicated expression. "I had a good impression of Peter before, but when I saw him holding his daughter, why do I have the urge to kick him for no reason? Goodbye, Peter." "Good night, Peter." "Well, go back and have a good sleep." Peter stood at the door of Stacy's house. Gwen looked back every few steps and her eyes and movements showed deep reluctance. George coughed lightly and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "It's not like we won't see each other tomorrow. Is it really that hard to let go?" As expected, daughters are like spilled water. Now that nothing has happened, she doesn't want to go home. Although he temporarily dislikes Peter compared to others, this seems to be the best choice. It's better than Gwen choosing another boyfriend. Peter smiled and watched the door of Gwen's house close. The moment the door was completely closed, the expression on his face suddenly changed. It was as gloomy as a seaside pier and the tide that could never be wiped clean on the rotten wooden boards. He took out his mobile phone and tapped the screen with his fingertips. Half of the surveillance cameras in Queens were out of service. For a genius science and engineering student, this is not difficult. Then he turned and walked into the shadows not far away. A figure appeared in the dark alley. "You have the patience to follow me from the next district to here." As Peter finished speaking, Kaizen, who was wearing a baseball uniform and had a short American haircut, appeared. "You made me look bad at the party tonight, so I have to punch you." He stared at Peter, his voice was vicious and his eyes were the same. "I really don't understand why the daughter of the police chief fell in love with you. Because you have good grades. What's the use? Keep your distance from Gwen in the future or I will see you." In the dark box, two yellow lights flashed. With a plop, the muffled sound of the body falling to the ground ended briefly. Peter took out a cigarette from his pocket, took a puff and felt comfortable physically and mentally. The problem of hostility was solved. He was a spark in the dark, gradually approaching the fallen body. If nothing unexpected happens, Kaizen will still be 18 years old 18 years later. Peter looked at Kaizen, whose head was like a broken basketball. Guess what he wanted to say just now? "Keep your distance from Gwen in the future or I will beat you up every time I see you." It's a pity that he didn't have the chance. Peter finished smoking a cigarette and instantly changed into the Punisher's outfit. Then he carried Kaizen's body and flew over the Pacific Ocean. The sea under the starry sky at night was like a ferocious monster with a big mouth that wanted to swallow everything. Peter threw the body down without any psychological burden. "Kaizen, I'm so good to you. Many people want to die in the Pacific Ocean but don't have the chance." Leaving a word, Peter returned to New York. Killing this guy, Peter had no psychological burden at all. This guy bullied many people in the class. Killing him is also a punishment for evil. School bullies are also a crime. If you don't like me, you can stay away from me instead of coming to touch me. Back home, Peter took a shower and the fatigue on his body was swept away. It's hard to describe the feeling of being full of hostility. It's a bit like an angry young man who can't stand anything and has the urge to destroy everything around him. Now Peter is out of this state, he feels so comfortable. In a city like New York where wealth and crime coexist, there are endless criminals to catch, so he decided to give himself a holiday, have a good night's rest. The next morning, Saturday, Peter was awakened by the noisy sound downstairs while sleeping. Although he didn't wake up naturally, he felt energetic. He washed his face and went downstairs. "Peter, I'm sorry for waking you up." Aunt May said apologetically. "Don't say that, where are you going?" Peter's face was full of question marks. "Early in the morning, I saw Uncle Ben and Aunt May changing clothes as if they were going out." Uncle Ben nodded and smiled. "Your Aunt May's sister is coming here as a guest. She will arrive in the afternoon." They haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's inevitable that they are a little excited. Peter was also very happy to hear this news. In my memory, Aunt May's sister, Aunt Lisa, comes to New York once a year, stays for a week each time, and takes good care of Peter. His first mobile phone was bought by Aunt Lisa. Great, I'll arrange dinner tonight. I know a very good restaurant. Take Aunt Lisa out for dinner. Uncle Ben smiled. We all understand your intentions, but that's the money you need for school. You'll need money to get married in the future. Peter, your Aunt May and I can hardly help you, so you have to save the scholarship Mr. Stark gave you. Oh, Uncle Ben, you can't eat much in one meal. How about this, we'll eat at home. When you go to pick up Aunt Lisa in the afternoon, I'll go buy groceries, that's it. Uncle Ben smiled and shook his head. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Speaking of which, Mr. Tony Stark has been missing for a long time. He's a good man, what a pity. Peter was stunned. Oh no, how could he have forgotten this matter completely? After tying up Otto yesterday, he was going to find Tony to develop a suppression chip. As a result, because of his anger, he actually forgot such an important thing. Remember that in Iron Man, Tony solved this matter by himself. So it shouldn't matter if I go a little later. Peter didn't dare to delay any longer and rushed out of the house. Peter, you haven't had breakfast yet. I'm not hungry. Middle East, in a cave occupied by a terrorist organization. Tony took a deep breath. He was obviously a little nervous at the moment. The terrorists asked him to make weapons and installed surveillance cameras in the cave. Tony was very obedient and did make weapons, but not for them but for himself. The iron guy in front of him, which was nearly 2 meters long, was the weapon he made. No time, Mr. Stark. We are watching closely. Ethan, who was wearing glasses, had fine sweat on his head. Not only because of the hot and stuffy environment in the cave, but also because of the nervous mood. You know, not far away, outside the door, are all murderers who kill without blinking. Ethan saw them slaughter a village with his own eyes. No matter the men, they could not escape death, and the women's fate was even more terrible. The iron battle suit was too heavy, and he hurriedly helped Tony put it on. Hey, don't be nervous, buddy. At this dangerous moment, Tony smiled. There's still time, they haven't found us yet. Listen to me, Ethan, we will all leave this damn place alive. I will help you find your family and let you be my neighbor. But you have to change your bad habit of snoring when you sleep. Mr. Stark, I snore because I'm too tired. In the face of the crisis of death, the two chatted about trivial matters in a joking tone. But they all knew that what greeted them might not be the light leading to freedom. It is more likely to be the road to death. At this moment, outside the Iron Gate, the bald, oppressive leader I didn't find the name of this person in the original book, so I just gave him a random name, forgive me. He walked to the computer and saw 2 people in the cave. The surveillance screen shocked him and his brows frowned immediately. He hurriedly asked the younger brother beside him, "Where is Tony Stark?" The younger brother looked nervous. "He was here just now. Hurry up and send someone to check." Mean frowned. He always valued this billionaire, the playboy. 2 terrorists armed with real guns and live ammunition immediately rushed to the front door and asked them to open the door in a language that Tony could not understand. Ethan tried to delay desperately, but it was useless to delay at this moment. Fortunately, they installed their homemade induction bomb on the door. Once someone broke in, it was guaranteed that they would enter heaven after opening the door. It takes a process to start the armor. The progress bar on the computer was running wildly, but it still took a process. Ethan said, "Mr. Stark, you are the smartest person I have ever seen. I have never seen anyone who can make a reactor with all the rags and palladium in such a dilapidated cave." Just then there was a bang. An explosion occurred at the door. The 2 guys who wanted to force their way in went to heaven on the spot. "I'll go and delay time." After saying that, Ethan picked up the gun on the ground and rushed out directly, regardless of Tony's obstruction. As a scientist, he is not very good at this. He shot everywhere and drove the enemy away, until he saw all the terrorists pointing guns at him. It's over. This is Dr. Ethan's last thought. At that moment he thought a lot. He wanted to have a cup of coffee, sleep on a soft bed, change into a new set of clothes, want Tony to leave here, think about his children, and think about his wife. However, it's all over. Bang! Ethan fell to the ground. But he was not shot but blown away by a gust of air. "I'm okay." "You are definitely okay, Dr. Ethan." A cold voice sounded in his ears, and in just a moment he was taken out of the cave and stood on the yellow sand. Ethan was almost stupid. Who is the man in front of him? He was wearing a white shirt, combed his hair back, wearing a mask, and had a very good figure. No need to say thank you. As for who I am, you can call me Punisher. Ethan took a deep breath. I still have to thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Ethan shouted, Mr. Stark, Mr. Tony Stark is still in there. Go save him. Don't worry, he won't die so easily. That suit of armor can protect his life. Peter stood on the sand dune, looking down at the terrorist base not far away. He didn't want to interfere too much with Tony's development and would rather give up the scattered points on the ground and let Tony kill happily. The reason why he rescued Ethan was purely Peter's personal affection for him. When in a desperate situation, who doesn't want someone to help him? Ethan was shocked by Peter's words on the side. How do you know that Stark has built a battle armor? Peter didn't look at him and responded lightly. I know everything. Tony's eyes were red at this moment. Bullets poured out and the bullets in the terrorist's gun were constantly hitting him, but the heavy armor was enough to ensure his safety. Ethan, where are you? After the bullets were used up, flames were sprayed from the two forearms of Mark I. All the tone was burned out. The leader of the terrorists knew that he could not escape. He hurriedly took out a tube of blue potion from his arms. This is the number 5 compound obtained from Water Company. I was abandoned by the promise of Wubehua to add more chapters, and someone still voted for me. I decided to add more chapters the day after tomorrow as much as I can, and I have to go out tomorrow, but I will not stop. Mean looked at the steel monster not far away and spat on the ground. As expected of Tony Stark. Really clever. The next second he lifted his clothes and thrust the needle into his body. The chemical reaction brought by the drug made every neuron in his body sense the pain information. Skin, nerves, blood vessels, muscles, internal organs, bones. Huge amounts of pain almost made him faint. Compound number 5 first appeared in Germany before World War II. Some people wanted to form a Superman team for Seidler, but the tide of the times rolled forward. The tyrant did not reverse the decline, and the Normandy landing shattered his last fantasy. The formula of Compound No. 5 fell into the hands of Americans. Water Company also appeared. It was not because of Water Company that Compound number 5 appeared, but because of Compound number 5, Water Company came into being. Because people's physical fitness is different, their reactions to drugs are also different. Some people inject Compound number 5 and inject glucose. Some people will be in agony. Mean is the latter. After huge amounts of pain, Mean felt like she was reborn. Her body was like a spring that was compressed to the extreme, and she couldn't wait to release her strength. She took off her shirt and her skin shone with a metallic luster. It was like a layer of iron paint. In this base, everyone's hands were stained with blood, and Mean could become their leader. Not only does it require brains, but also the courage to not fear death. Stark. Have you ever seen this? He bought Compound number 5 from Vought Company at a high price. Find an insider. Mean rushed forward. He punched Tony, Mark I's armor. Tony, who had a heavy metal defense, actually felt a little pain. Wang Defa. Can't we win with technology? This is cheating. He complained, but he didn't dare to hesitate. The metal fists slammed with Mig. No one got the upper hand. This scene was seen by Peter on the distant sand dunes. The world of Integrate is really outrageous. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise Tony might not be able to leave here alive. Peter watched them fighting for 2 minutes, but they couldn't do anything to each other. Peter was a little impatient. He had other things to deal with. Gwen had to rehearse the band's program at school these 2 days, but he had an appointment with him for lunch at noon, and he had to go to the supermarket to buy groceries in the afternoon. At the same time, he hadn't finished his schoolwork yet. If nothing unexpected happened, he had to earn points on the streets of New York in the evening. I have a lot of things to do, Peter murmured. Then he couldn't watch it anymore and appeared in front of Mean in an instant. This scared the terrorist leader, who killed people without blinking an eye before he could react. 2 rays of light shot out from Peter's eyes, shooting Mean through the heart. At the same time, Tony's Mark I also completely disintegrated, and there was no extra energy to maintain the armor. He sat on the ground and gasped heavily. His body was covered with bruises. It was obvious that the crudely made first-generation armor did not protect its maker. I thought I was dead. Without me you are indeed dead. Even though Tony was exhausted, he did not want to lose to others in a verbal battle. Did you bring Coke? I feel like I haven't eaten anything sweet for a year. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Punisher Ethan helped save him. He was out of breath. Ethan, a little old man with glasses, if his nose was a little sharper, he would be like Gargamel in the Smurfs. Tony, who was already exhausted, tried to find the benefactor who saved his life. But he could not muster any strength. Don't worry, he has been rescued. That's good. Tony let out a long sigh. When we get back to New York, I'll treat you to a drink. Do you like Turkish kebabs? After he said this, he was completely exhausted and fell asleep. As a playboy who has no worries about food and clothing, although he deliberately keeps exercising, alcohol and beauty have caused considerable damage to his body. During this period, he has been staying with terrorists, which makes him physically and mentally exhausted. The fear of death constantly stimulates his nerves and drains his last potential. Now that the threat is lifted, Tony's tense nerves become relaxed and fatigue follows. Peter, you won't let me carry you back to New York. You have completed the task and saved the new Iron Man. Get 20,000 points. Your total points are 84,600. Because you have completed the task excellently, the points reward is doubled. Your total points are 104,600. Without small steps, there is no way to 1,000 miles. Without small streams, there is no river or sea. One day, you will get everything you want. Peter looked at Tony Stark, who was sleeping. Forget it, I got 40,000 points and $1 million from you, so I'll carry you for a while. I'll ask Miss Pepper to reimburse the travel expenses later. Stark Industries. Pepper took a sip of coffee and tried to cheer herself up. She was exhausted recently. She didn't care about the company's stock or internal personnel changes, but she had a special feeling for Tony. She was more anxious than anyone else when Tony disappeared. Pepper took a sip of coffee and leaned back in her office chair. Closed her eyes and rested. She was too tired. Sometimes mental fatigue made people look worse than physical fatigue. When she opened her eyes again, she was shocked. Oh my God. Pepper was startled and stood up from her chair. Who are you? Pepper had never seen Peter as the Punisher. Looking at the masked man in front of her, she felt a little flustered. It doesn't matter who I am. Peter said, what matters is that I brought back your lover. Tony, Pepper was stunned then denied. He is not my lover, he is my boss. Where is he? Sleeping in the room inside. Peter nodded slightly and gestured. Pepper rushed into the inner room and saw Tony, who was covered in wounds and sleeping on the bed. Next to him was Ethan, who was wearing glasses and had a scholarly temperament. Peter's voice sounded from behind him. His name is Ethan and he is Tony's savior. He will explain to you what happened in detail. I rescued Tony from the terrorist's lair. He owes me a favor. I will come to him at this time tomorrow. After saying this, Peter was ready to leave. Ethan quickly stood up. The scientist also experienced inhumane mental torture at the hands of terrorists. At this moment, after escaping from the dead and relaxing his mind, he became extremely tired and like Tony, he could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. But he still pulled himself together and walked to Peter. He held Peter's hands with both hands. Thank you, sir. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have definitely died. Thank you. His expression was sincere, and the joy of surviving the disaster made the scholar, who was almost half a century old, shed tears. Have a good rest, Ethan. It's not me who saved you, but you. If you go along with those terrorists, I don't mind leaving one more body in the desert. Ethan was stunned and could only nod and thank him repeatedly. Peter didn't say anything more. He turned and left Stark Industries, 11 o'clock in the afternoon, outside Midtown Technical High School. Because it is close to the school, many of the shops around are restaurants. Last night, after Gwen returned home, she had planned to stick with Peter all weekend after breaking the boundary of friendship. She just wanted to be with Peter. For this reason, she also looked up 100 little things to do with her boyfriend on the internet. I wanted to change into a nice dress and then go to Peter early in the morning, go out to eat, watch movies, play games, and go shopping together. But the school performance rehearsal was scheduled in advance. The band is not hers alone and she has to consider other members. She can only meet Peter during the lunch break. Peter. Gwen saw Peter from a distance. She waved to him. Peter walked up and naturally held Gwen's hand. This made Gwen feel itchy. The boy's hand was so hard and warm. "Miss Gwen, how about having steak at noon? I'll treat you. Then Mr. Parker will pay for it." It felt weird, but I liked it very much. In the past 10 years, the two have always been more than friends but less than lovers. Now that they are together, it suddenly feels a bit weird. The two came to a steak restaurant, which is a restaurant under Stark Industries. Stark Industries mainly involves technology and military research. As for why there is a restaurant, it is probably bought by the genius, the playboy, after getting drunk. After all, he is not short of money at all. Entering the restaurant, the decoration inside is very luxurious. Even Gwen sighed a little. As the daughter of the police chief, she has not been—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.